Kind of a habit that you keep checking teeth and you get like halfway and not checking the teeth the rest of the way. It's like, and think about it, you know? It's like, what,
Attention in the bar, George Andrews. George Andrews, you need to come to the principal's office this morning. That would be the announcer's table. George Andrews, you're needed in the principal's office.
So you're gonna be running back and forth to the ring. So right there. Yeah, we got it. I see one right there. Oh yeah. You want to go for it?
Hey, good morning. Starting our Lamancha show this morning with this really nice class of yearling milkers. As we looked at the class, there was kind of the first 5, 6, 7 does that we thought really needed to be in this first group. And as we looked at them, we kind of sorted through and we thought these first 2 does, as similar as they are, we kind of needed to keep them together. And as we looked at them and fit them in, this is the way that we like them in line. Memory placings on this class are going to be 1, 4, 3. So memory placings 1, 4, 3. In the memory placings, one placing over the doe number 4, which will be second udder. We just felt she was higher in the girl. We liked her a little bit better than the other 4. The strength of medial suspensory ligament on that other 4, which she is going to gain a little bit in the overall width of memory system to the 4th place doe. That width of memory is what carries her over the doe in 3, who will be our 3rd place udder. A doe that's just wider on 4 and that up into that escutcheon arch. She just shows me more width through that memory system, through that other floor, and up into the 4 udder than what we have in that 3rd place doe. So again, udders are 1, 4, 3. In placing the class, one places over 2 for her advantages in memory system. She is higher and wider at the top of that memory system. She's a doe that is a bit longer and firmer in that 4 attachment. A doe that when you watch her as she walks around the ring, she is more upstanding. She's a bit stronger through her time. She has maybe a tad more angulation to the rear leg as she travels than does our doe in 2. 2 then over 3 again. We thought she follows the style of that first place doe. She is more upstanding. She's a longer doe from end to end, longer across that loin and across that rump than the doe that we have in 3. In general appearance, again, a doe that's just a tad straighter on her foreleg with view from the side than is a 3rd place doe. She'll gain a little bit to the strength of memory system, the overall shape of that udder, and the correctness and seat length of this doe in 3. Three then placing over four. We're going to start with general appearance here. A doe that is more correct in angulation of her leg, tag stronger in her rear pastern. A doe that tends to roach just a little less over that top as she moves her stands here in line, a bit flatter and leveler from hip to pin. That is this beautifully other doe that we have here in four. Four then placing over five. She in turn in advantage now in Gary's strength. The doe that's just cleaner over that front end. She's cleaner through the throat and brisket. She's sharper over her withers. She's particularly cleaner out over the hip and pin. She's more incurving in her thigh. And again, she has that mammary system that we place second in the class for that overall width and capacity and overall area of other attachments over our fifth place doe. Five then placing over six for the advantages that we felt she had in general appearance, that she in turn was able to smoother blend from that neck into the shoulder back into the middle. She's straighter on her forelegs. She handles her rear legs more correctly as she travels out about the ring and does our go in six. Six and over seven. We started with memory system. We just felt she's higher in the rear. She has more length and extension than four, more overall area of attachment than what we have on this seventh place go. Seven then placing over eight, starting with Gary's strength. A longer neck, cleaner go from end to end. She's carrying less condition than is that go in eighth place. And then in the memory system, a go that we particularly felt was stronger and smoother in the four other attachments than is our go there in eight. Eight then placing over nine. For that advantage in memory system, the height and the width of the rear, the teeth placement on the other floor over this chocolate colored dough here at nine. And then that dough in 10, in general appearance, we just saw the dough that handles those rear legs a little more correctly as she walks about the ring, a little more proper degree of angulation in body capacity. She shows us more width of chest floor, more depth and fullness of heart and chest than what we have on this dough in 10. 10 is placing over 11. And when we looked at the dough and we looked at this memory system, we just thought it was a little stronger in its overall other support, a little snugger in the attachments, both fore and rear, and a little smoother blending in that border into the abdomen than on our 11th place dough. 11 over 12 is about dairy strength. She's just sharper, she's cleaner, she's more angular, and just carrying less condition today. Also, when we look at the memory system, it's a memory system that's more proportionate to the size of the frame of that dough. We really like the general appearance, the shape of the memory system on this 12 place dough. Just like to see a little bit more of it to fit that great big frame that she has. But it's a very correct memory system, it's very snugly attached, and we give her that advantage to place her over this 13th place dough. 13 over 14, there's just more memory system here, more area of attachment, particularly more height and more fullness into the top of that rear udder. I know that has teeth of a more proper size, shape, and delineation, placed more correctly on the other floor than our dough in 14. 14 over 15 is her general appearance, her upstandingness, her strength and straightness over the top, her strength over the chine, her levelness out over the rump. And again, when we looked at the memory system, it does shows us a little more overall fullness and capacity today than our 15th place go. We switched 15 and 16 here at the end. Looking at the memory system, there's just so much more width in the rear udder, a little more width and length and extension in the 4 in 15 over 16. Also a doe that has more angulation to the rear leg, more proper rear angulation to the rear leg than our 16th place doe. 16 over 17 is about memory is a memory placing. When we look at the shape of that udder, she shows us more height and width and rear, more length and extension and for just more overall capacity. And again, a memory system that's just more proportional to the size of the doe than what we have in that big framing doe in 17. 17 over 18, general appearance, her upstandingness, her overall length, her strength of chine, strength of top. 18 over 19, more pleasing in her general appearance, her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump, her correctness of legs, both fore and rear, being straighter on the fore, more proper degree of angulation on the rear. And then finally, 19 over 20. Again, this is a memory placing a doe that shows us a memory system that's more snugly attached, both fore and rear, with more height, width, and fullness in that rear than what we have in this doe in 20. The doe in 20, we certainly commend for overall openness of rib and her angularity.
As we begin our intermediate kid class in Lamancha's here, they're checking into the ring now. Our lead judge in the Lamancha ring today, again, is Bob Bartholomew. Bob has been involved with dairy goats for over 50 years. He started with an unrecorded grade Lamancha type doe as a young 4-H member. Has been involved with them ever since. He is an ADGA Life member, former linear appraisal, working for the association for more than 10 years. Bob earned his first judge's license during the 1987 annual meeting in San Angelo, Texas. Throughout the years, he has volunteered for many ADGA committees, including the National Show Youth, National Show, Linear Appraisal, Spotlight Sale, Type Judges, Advanced Judges, and Judges Training, Licensing, and Certification. In addition to dairy goats, Bob has also been active with other types of livestock, including boar goats, Ayrshire dairy cattle, Pinzgauer beef cattle, tunas and Dorper sheep, llamas, and a variety of other exhibition poultry. He has served as president of the National Tuna Sheep Registry and the American Pinzgauer Association. He's also served as a member of the board of the American Goat Federation and has earned his USB GA boar goat judge's license, having exhibited his own livestock from coast to coast. He truly understands the commitment it takes to attend a national show. It will be his third time judging our premier show, and he's looking forward to seeing some of the very best dairy goats in the country and working with such a great group of talented judges. He's both honored and excited to be judging the 2024 national show here in Louisville. Your lead judge today in Lamancha is Mr. Bob Bartholomew. And at this, we are on a 10-minute call. So attention in the barn, attention in the barn. This is your 10-minute call for Toggenburg yearling milkers. Please begin making your way ringside for your 10-minute call for Toggenburg. Thank you. And our placings for our yearling milker class in the Lamancha ring. First place went to Castamer's Blazing Star, Nicole Nadeau. Second place went to Rustic Woods MLG High Hopes, Nicole Nadeau. Third place, Goat San Aleppo Pepper, Trinity Malmanis. Fourth place and second cutter went to Goat San Super Silver Hayes, Trinity Malmanis. Fifth place, Goat San Marjoram, Trinity Malmanis. Sixth place, Goat San Lemon Meringue, Trinity Malmanis. Seventh place, Rockin' CB LSB Racura, Cindy and Robert Silva. Eighth place, Morris GSCT Sherburne, Garrett Morris. Ninth place, Morris GTH Florence, Garrett Morris. 10th place was the EB Farms HD Indulgence, Ashley Clement Clark. 11th place was Lone Thistle Log in a Tizzy, Catherine Hillmeyer. 12th place, Jay Havens S, the Holy Hola, Jill Pritchett. That's what it says on the card. Just reading it as it is. 13th place, McGinley MH Rika, Terry Signs. 14th place, McGinley BP Rhyme, Terry Signs. 15th place was the LS Acres Synergy Party Girl by Jennifer Ellis. 16th place is Sunset Dreams Over the Moon, Emily Miller. 17th place, Irish Blessings RK Rialta, Scott Jenkins. The 18th place, first place, Youth Netley Reese's Pieces, Emily Thompson. 19th place, Manzanita Farms Love Me Do, Mason Gardner. And 20th place was the second place youth, Mackenzie Farm KB Madonna Martha. We have our intermediate kids in the class, and we're looking for someone. Who are we looking for? Randy Mary Adamson. We're missing a 2-year-old. Okay, Mary's coming in now. We got you, Mary. Kalina Dean. I'm looking for Kalina Dean. There comes. Oh wait. When is a scratch on your 2-year-old? You're scratching your 2-year-old. Okay, she's scratching. Your class is complete there, Rob. Nicole, Nadir, are you in the room right now? Nicole? Nicole and Nadir, we have you for a 2-year-old milker, so hang on, Bob, your class may not be. Is it scratch? Okay, it's just, your class is still complete. Thank you. Still early.
Right.
5-minute call on milking Toggenburgs, your 5-minute call. While we're waiting on them to start, we will go ahead and introduce your consulting judge here in the Lamancha ring, Mr. Tim Flickinger. Tim resides in Lake Bruce, Indiana, where he raises Sables, Sonnens, and Oberhasleys under the herd name Flix Acres. The herd has been recognized at the local, state, and national level. Tim holds a degree in agribusiness marketing and animal science from the University of Northwest Ohio. Their mascot is the Racers, and that college is known as UNO. And Tim is on the list of who's who from distinguished alumni at UNO, being the only graduate of UNO to judge a national show. He is, in his professional life, he is a strategic account manager for a nationally recognized brand of livestock forage products. He's a lifetime ADGA member, previous District 4 director, and has been an ADGA and AGS licensed judge since 2001. Tim is also a certified livestock appraiser with the International Society of Livestock Appraisers. He sits on the board, I believe, of the Lilac Rabbit Club. And this is his second ADGA National Show judging assignment and is looking forward to the opportunity presented here in Louisville. You know who it is, Tim Fleckinger, your consulting judge. We need our yearling Toggenburg's ringside. The ring steward will be making her way over to begin checking you in. We have judges here. We are working on cuts in our interim or our 2-year-old class of our milking Lamanchas in ring 1. And momentarily upon check-in, we're going to bring in our yearling milkers in ring 2. All right, Toggenburg breeders, we need your yearling milkers ringside. Toggenburg breeders, you go ahead and start. You can start bringing them into the ring, and we'll check you in as we come across.
Hope Man, we need your yearling Toggenburg milker in ring 2. Hope Man, this is the last call. It is a scratch, sir.
Okay, here in ring 1, as we work through these Lamancha 2-year-old does, really a beautiful class. There's some really nice does still out along the outside. We've actually decided in this class to pull in 22 to work with through the end. When we looked at these does, we just think they maybe have the combination a little more correct and complete than some of the other does to the outside, with either a little more capacity, a little more correctness of feet and legs, a little more strength and general appearance. In some cases, an advantage in body capacity over some of those does on the outside. Not to take anything away from those does on the outside of the ring today, but we just felt these are the does that right now are the more complete does of the group as we see them today. So we're going to keep the 22 that are in the center. Those of you on the outside can go work, get your animals out for your next class. And thank you very much for bringing them out for us to evaluate.
As we're working through our yearling milkers in ring 2, our lead judge here in ring 2 today for Toggenburg class is Todd Biddle. Todd's been a licensed dairy goat judge now for over 30 years. 2024 is his third time judging breed classes here at the ADGA National Show. He judged showmanship on 3 past shows also, and he's had the pleasure of judging many state fairs, club shows, and county fairs throughout the U.S. On his family farm in Bowlesburg, Pennsylvania, they maintain a herd of 30 Salmon dairy goats, 30 Belgian draft horses, and 100 head of Dutch rabbits. The historic farm is the home of 2 goat herds, Oak Hall Farm and Royal Colors. Oak Hall is the original 4-H herd, and Royal Colors is his own herd. Both herds earned herd of distinction status in 2021. While the goats are not shown as much as what they once were, they've earned National Junior Champion in 2020 or 2003, Reserve National Best Udder in 2002, Reserve Best Udder Son in 2016. Participated in the Linear Appraisal Program and had many scores between 90 and 92, with one goat scoring 93. Professionally speaking, Todd is an agriculture teacher and FFA advisor in Central Pennsylvania. Always something new and exciting in the works in this chapter, and the newest accomplishment is the start of hometown dressings in 2023. They offer 2 student-created vinaigrettes, and the venture has been a great learning experience and beneficial for earning funds for this chapter activities. Todd also serves as the director of the American Dutch Rabbit Club and a member of the Belgian Draft Horse Corporation of America Hall of Fame Committee. Without a doubt, most of his life stories revolve around agriculture and educating others about the aspects of the agriculture way of life. He's excited to be here judging the breeds that were assigned to him at the national show. He's excited to be here, and right now he's about to give us reasons on his yearling Toggenburg class, your lead judge in the Toggenburg show, Mr. Todd Biddle.
Good morning. This is our Toggenburg milking yearling class. Others are going to be 1, 3, and 2. But first, I'm going to discuss the mammaries on the does, and then we'll talk about the overall placings. The first place mammary or the second place mammary just felt that she had a little more area about her attachment. She had a little more lateral support to the mammary system. I also felt that she had greater width at the top of that rear udder, and then carried that more uniformly to the base of the mammary system than the doe in third that was second udder. And then the doe in third, who was second udder, over the doe in second, who was third udder, just felt the floor of the udder is held higher above the hocks. We're seeing a little greater length and extension of forudder, and the way the forudder blends into the body wall is smoother. And then the second doe, which is third udder, over the balance of the class, it is the width and capacity that she has in the rear udder and the area of udder attachment that carries her over the balance of the class. 1 is placing over 2 in mammary system. The floor of the udder is held higher above the hocks. It is higher and tighter and smoother in her rear udder attachment. As she moves about the ring, she excels in general appearance. She's a little more level over her top line in the junction of the chine and the loin. She's flatter in her rump, less tendency to be raised in the dorsal process. When we look at the structure of her front end, she shows greater length, depth, and extension of brisket than 2. 2 is placing over 3, first of all, in dairy strength. She's longer in her neck, she's a little sharper over her withers, just a little more incurving in her thigh. When we look at her in terms of general appearance, she just has a longer bone pattern throughout. She's longer in the neck, she's longer down her top line, she's longer and wider through her rump, and just walks more upstanding in that front end than the doe we see in 3. 3 is placing over 4 in mammary system. She has a stronger medial suspensory ligament. Teats that are placed more centrally on the halves of the mammary system. Teats that are more plumb as well. She certainly will grant to the body capacity that we see on this 4th place doe. 4 is placing over 5 in mammary system. She's higher and tighter and smoother in her rear udder. Also, when we look at her in terms of her dairy strength, she's more open in her rib, she's a little flatter in her bone than the doe we see in 5. 5 is placing over 6 in general appearance. As she moves about the ring, we're seeing greater depth, length, and extension of brisket. We're picking up greater width down her top line and length down the top line, greater width in her rump. When we look at her in terms of her dairy strength, she has a little more substance of bone to go with her overall angular profile than 6. 6 is placing over 7 in her turn in general appearance. As she moves about the ring, she's a lot more elegant, and that is because of the structure of her front end and the correct placement of her sternum, a little less prominent at point of shoulder, and a little bit smoother over her top line than the doe in 7. 7 is placing over 8. She's just more mature in her mammary system in terms of capacity and width and depth. She also shows greater length and extension of forudder. She will grant some points of general appearance, particularly the structure of the front end and the smoothness down her top line to the doe in 8. 8 is placing over 9 in general appearance. She handles more correctly on her rear legs and forelegs. They're just straighter as they track towards you, and for her size and scale has more appropriate width to accommodate the area around her mammary system. 9 is placing over 10 in her turn. Her bone pattern, her width and her depth and her length throughout has a more mature mammary system that shows more apparent productivity in both fore and rear udder than the doe in 10. 10 is placing over length. 11 is the length of body, this length of top line, this length of width of rump, just a longer bone pattern, a little bit more width the whole way through her frame than the doe we see in 11. 11 is placing over 12 in mammary system, greater height and smoothness of rear udder. She also has the advantage in that when she moves about the ring, a little less motion in those front shoulders, particularly in the junction of the pointed elbow and chest floor, and she tracks with those forelegs more nearly straight. Then 12 over 13 is body capacity, placing width and depth throughout. We'll commend the doe in 13 for her sharpness and openness.
Okay, here in the Lamancha ring, this is our class of 2-year-old does, and again, as we talked about, as I talked about earlier, really a strong class, and these are the 22 does, I believe, that we kept out of the group. As we looked at the class and we talked about placings, mammary placings in this class are going to be 1, 3, 4. Starting with the doe in first, she just excels not just 2 and 3, but the whole class in that mammary system and the height and width and fullness of the arch at the top of that river, the width and the strength of that 4 and lateral attachments, the overall capacity and area of attachment. There's so much more capacity right now than what we have on our second place udder, which is on the third go. The close placing, we think, between the second and third udders, between the third and fourth goat, we just thought the third place though, that second udder, maybe just a tad stronger than the four. The teeth is maybe just a bit more pleasing shape and size, placed a bit more correctly. She's a little fuller at the top of that rear udder with the discussion of arch than is our doe in four. So those are the memory placings. As we place the entire class and we look at the whole scorecard, our first place doe just excels the doe in that memory system and her height and width, her overall attachment of that memory system, area of attachment of that memory system. In general appearance, she's just longer from end to end. She has the advantages low in body capacity and width of chest floor, depth of heart girth, length of barrel, and depth of both fore and rear rib. The second place, though, we just feel is probably one of the most daring individuals in the class. That's carrying her over the stone three, longer neck, cleaner, sharper, more angular throughout. You get your hands on this doe, she's tremendously open in that rib and flat in that bone. And it is that dairy strength that carries her, as well as a little bit in general appearance and the flatness of loin and lowness of hip to pin as they travel out about the ring. 3 then placing over 4. She in turn for her strength and general appearance. This is a doe that's just a little tighter and smoother blended through the front end. She's smoother blended at the junction of the shoulder and the wither. She's a little fuller in the crops, stronger in the chine, and then she's a bit flatter and leveler out over her rump than is our fourth place doe. So bring a little bit to the overall sharpness and angularity that we have in this doe in 4. It is that sharpness, angularity, and overall openness that 4 places over 5. I know this just cleaner through that throat, through the brisket. She's cleaner over her hip, cleaner down, cleaner and more curving down through that thigh than is our doe in 5. 5 when placing over 6. We just thought when we look at the mammary systems on these does, we just thought the 5th place doe has the advantage. When we look at forwarder and length and extension and width of that forwarder, a doe again that maybe just a little bit in turn, just a little bit cleaner through that front end. That is the big powerful doe that we have in 6. 6 over 7 is an advantage in general appearance, and her overall upstanding is her length of back, particularly her length and levelness and flatness of rump, both from hip to pin and from thurl to thurl. She's a little more correct in her strength of feet and strength of pasture's both fore and rear than is our 7th place doe. 7 then placing over 8, an advantage here in the mammary system, the shape of that udder, the correctness of the teeth placement on the other floor. I know that has an advantage as well in body capacity and her width of chest floor, her depth of heart girth, and her depth of rear rib. Go ahead and walk those goes forward. I don't want to get in front of that squeak. We look at 8 then placing over 9. We thought this was a fairly close placing here. We just thought this 8th place go, as we watched her as they walked out about the ring, again, a girl that's a little more correct in that front end assembly, a girl that travels more correctly on those rear legs, a little more strength of rear pastern, a little more correct about the shape of that foot, a little tighter about her toe. It is the 9th place go. In addition, she is a little fuller in that rear udder, a little more shape to the base of that rear udder than what we have in this go in 9. 9 and over 10 is dairy strength. It's just sharper, cleaner, more angular doe that carries less conditioning all the way through than the big, powerful body doe we have here in 10. 10 then placing over 11 for that advantage that she does show us in the memory system, a doe that shows us more fullness, more capacity in that udder, a doe that shows us a little advantage in body capacity once again, in her length of barrel, her depth, and her width through the front end over this first freshman doe that we have here in 11. We really like the body capacity on this 11th place doe, her strength of top, her strength of chine, and her levelness of rump over the doe in 12. 12 then placing over 13, an advantage in the shape of that udder, a doe that's a little fuller to the top of that rear udder. We get your hands on these does, she is a little more open in her rib, a little bit cleaner and more angular than is our 13th doe. 13 over 14 in general appearance, a doe that has an advantage in strength, particularly those rear pasterns as they walk out about the ring. She is a doe that's just a little bit cleaner again back out over that rump, which she'll grant comes to the tremendous body capacity that we have on this 14th place doe, excuse me. 14 then placing over 15. Again, there's just more doe here. We can see more width and strength to that chest floor and to that front end. She's a doe that shows me more depth and fullness of that barrel from front to rear. She has a little more strength and substance of bone than what we have on our doe in 15. 15 over 16, when we look at the mammary systems, it's a more capacious udder, more height and width of rear, more length and extension of fore than that 16th place doe. 16 over 17 in general appearance. She's a doe that's straighter and stronger over the top as she moves. She's a doe that travels and tracks more correctly. For her size, she shows us some very strength, a little more strength and substance of bone, and as well as those that shows us a little more depth and fullness and hardware than our 17th place doe. 17 over 18 is a doe that has an advantage now in general appearance, a doe that's a little stronger in her chine. She's a doe that just fits together more correctly than this 18th place doe, a doe that we just thought holds herself together more correctly while on the move, being with much less movement through that shoulder, through that front end. She's flatter in her loin. She's more correct in her rump shape, her rump structure, and her flatness and levelness. From hip to pin, from throw to throw, she's neater over her dorsal process, which should certainly grant some to the shape and the strength of mammary attachments on this 18th place doe. We certainly noticed the inherited mammary system on this doe in 18, which is going to carry her over the doe in 19. The width of the forward, the height and the width of rear, the strength of those attachments and the overall other support of this mammary system are what's going to carry her over that 19th place doe, because she's going to grant quite a bit in general appearance to this big doe in 19. 19 then placing over 24, those advantages that she does show us in general appearance. Again, a doe that we just thought was flatter and level out over the top, a doe that really walks with more correct angulation to that rear leg. She's shorter and stronger about those rear pasterns. She's deeper on her rear heel than is our doe in 20. And she has quite an advantage in body capacity as well, with her width and depth of heart and chest and her depth of rear rib. And then 20 over the remainder of the class, we just thought she had the advantage in the mammary system. I go with more height and width in that rear. I go that just shows us more fullness in the floor, more correctness and teeth placement on the other floor than the rest of the group.
A couple of announcements here, or one announcement to start with. The ADGA table will be closing at noon on Thursday. If you have not stopped and picked up your national show shirts or additional swag, you would need to do so before noon tomorrow. And our placings in our yearling milking class for our Toggenburgs. First place and first udder went to Taylor Ridge Fusion, Arizona, Captain Taylor. Second place and third place udder went to Moss Ridge Janko J. Stoley, Tracy Jones. Third place second udder went to Summer Days Peru, Dawa, Michael Summerlot. Fourth place Newland Klondike Lucy, the Newlandschwander family. Fifth place Harmony Fusion Maggie Thelma, Greg and Vicki Larson. Sixth place was Evie's Killer Salon, Evelyn Harry. Seventh place, Summer Days Peru, Venezuela, Michael Summerlot. Eighth place, Spinning Spider, Mount Cello, Colonel. Ninth place, Happy Thought Farm, RFR, Moscato, Susan Frank. 10th place was Chasing Papers, SJC, Rosetta, Haley Esposito. 11th place, Chasing Papers, SJC, Rosen, Haley Esposito. 12th place and first place youth was Stoltman Maverick Quinn, Anna Grace Stoltman. 13th place, second place youth, Rosie's Ranch Jasmine, Rosaria Hines. And then that would be it. There were 13 in that class. Congratulations to those. We have our 2-year-old milkers coming into the ring in our Toggenburg class. And we are looking at 3-year-olds in our Lamancha class. So 2-year-old Toggenburgs in ring 2, 3-year-old Lamanchas in ring 1. And while we have a minute here, we'll introduce our consulting judge in our Toggenburg breed, Your consulting judge for talks today is Mr. Mark Baden. Mark is, in 1992, Mark became a member of ADGA as his first registered dairy goat. He was a 50% experimental alpine Nubian kid, 4-H project, and through the use of ADGA programs, he upgraded his herd into a nationally competitive breeding program under the Lamancha herd name. Over 40 years later, every doe in his current herd traces their lineage back to that first 4-H doe. Mark earned his first ADGA judge's license in 1992. And since then, Mark has judged numerous shows across the United States, Mexico, Canada, and Australia. He achieved his judging tenure in 2009 as an ADGA advanced judge. And in 2012, Mark was elected to the ADGA Board of Directors representing District 7 and has since served 2 terms on the executive committee, including the 22-23 presidency. He's currently a member of the Information Management, Finance, Linear Appraisal, and Shows Committee. He's also a retired ADGA linear appraiser with 10 years of tenure. The Allen Changing Herd is enrolled in ADGA Plus, participating annually in linear appraisal, DHIR, and DNA typing. His herd exhibits at many shows and fairs throughout the West each show season. Mark's an alumnus of The Ohio State University, where he earned a Bachelor's of Science degree, majoring in aviation and criminology and criminal justice. He's also earned his commercial pilot certificate and flew for the Ohio State flight team while an undergraduate. In 1999, Mark moved to the Pacific Northwest to begin his career as an air traffic controller at the Seattle Emery Air Traffic Control Facility. He was a traffic manager coordinator for the FAA and before retiring from federal service in 2021. Mark says it's a great honor to have been voted in by the membership for a 7th time to judge at the ADGA National Show. It's always exciting to return to Louisville where the competition is large and outstanding. National Show Week is still as exciting as ever, whether you're a spectator, exhibitor, or a judge. He knows how much sacrifice, work, and effort is required of exhibitors to make this trip and share with them this great passion to showcase their dairy goats. He wishes everyone a safe and rewarding week. Your consulting judge, Mr. Mark Baden. And while we're talking, we have the placings from that 2-year-old milker class. I called them intermediate milkers before I had my second cup of coffee, but they are 2-year-old milkers. First place, first udder went to Jay Havens, MD, Birds and the Bees, Jill Pritchett. Second place was Panacea's Summer Fling, Levi Campbell. Third place, second udder was Rockin' CB LL Pros, Cynthia and Robert Silva. Fourth place, third udder was Goat Song, Lucy in the Sky, Trinity Valmanis. Fifth place, Goat Song, Cannoli, Trinity Valmanis. Sixth place, Rustic Woods, MLA, Coral Sea, Nicole Vadu. Seventh place was Goat Song, Jilly Bean, Trinity. Eighth place, Love Acres, RM Amaryllis, Emily Miller. Ninth place and first place youth went to Jay Havens, HR, Nillabine, Tulata, and that was exhibited by Ava Kreitz. 10th place, Jay Havens, MM, Catch Me Eileen, Jill Pritchett. 11th place was Marin Tango's Equinox, Randy Adamson. 12th place, Goat San Coriander, Trinity Valmanis. 13th place, second youth was MGO Farms, Leslie Rhodes, Allison Ode. 14th place, KBCMR, Louis V. Juliana, Claire Smith, exhibitor. 15th place, EB Farms, Mo Princess Zelda, Ashley Clement Clark. 16th place, EB Farms, MO7 Prayers, Ashley Clement Clark. 17th place, Rockin' CB Playful, Cindy Robert Silva. 18th place, Lone Thistle LLOG, G's Louise, Purple Thistle. 19th place, Jay Havens HR Sugar Blueberry, Jill Pritchett. And 20th place goes to McGinley MM Products, Harry Signs. Those were your placings for 2-year-old milkers in the Lamancha class. As I said, we are working on 3-year-olds in the Lamancha class, 2-year-olds in the Toggenburg class.
Toggenburg 2-year-old milkers. Memories 5, 1, 2. As we evaluate the memories first, the doe in fifth position will be first udder over the doe in first position, who will be second udder for her strength of medial, her height and smoothness of rear udder attachment. When you put your hands on the mammary system is more secure, with teeth that are placed more centrally than the doe that is second udder. The doe in first position, second udder, over the doe in second position, third udder. It's a tremendous area of udder attachment and that extreme width of rear udder from the top of the attachment and the way the capacity carries down to the base of the udder. And in side profile, we see more roundness at the base of the mammary system in relationship to rear leg, and just the appropriate amount of capacity in relationship to that rear leg, both in the front and the back. And then the doe in second position, third over the balance of the class. It's the shape of the mammary system, the lateral and medial support that carries her over the balance of the class. Now as we look at the entire goat, 1 is placing over 2 in mammary system. It's the width of the mammary system and the way she carries that width from the top of the attachment to the floor. It's the length of the floor of the mammary system. It's the length and delineation of teeth. She furthers that advantage in body capacity. She's deeper in her heart. She shows more increasing depth from pointed elbow back to flank. There's a slight advantage in general appearance when you look at the structure of the front end, the length and the depth and extension of brisket. 2 is placing over 3 in mammary system. She shows more total area of udder support with a smoother rear udder attachment. She has quite an advantage in dairy strength and having the sharpness and the openness, the flatness of ribs, the way the ribs angle back towards the flank. Also, as she moved about the ring, I felt she excelled in general appearance and the smoothness of the top line and the junction of the chine and the loin, and she tracks slightly more straight on the foreleg as she walks towards you. 3 is placing over 4. Just felt she had a mammary system that the floor was held higher above the hock. She has both a smoother fore and rear udder attachment. When you look at her general appearance, she's smoother the way she blends her neck into shoulder, the withers in the shoulder blades, and the point of elbow against the chest floor. 4 is placing over 5, first in breed type, more appropriate coloration for her breed. She also had the advantage as she moved about the ring more naturally level over her top line. When you put your hands on her, she also has the advantage and that she's more correct in the front shoulder assembly and the way she blends from point of elbow against the chest floor. 5 is placing over 6 in mammary system. Higher, tighter, smoother rear udder, stronger medial. She has more lateral support. She has more capacity, both the fore and the rear udder. When you watch the doe on the move, she shows more width and levelness down the top line. She also shows more width in her rump, and she has a better angulation to her hock and stifle and is slightly stronger in rear pastern, although she will grant and breed coloration to the doe in 6. 6 is placing over 7 in her turn in general appearance. It's the structure of the front end. It's the proper placement of the point of elbow against the chest floor. It's her ease of motion on those front legs that carry her over a sharper, more open dairy doe in 7. 7 is placing over 8, first of all, for her dairy strength. This extreme sharpness and openness, the way the ribs flare towards the flank. In mammary system, I felt that she had a more appropriate size of mammary system to go with the overall shape and the frame of the goat than the big, powerful doe we have in 8. 8 is placing over 9 for this tremendous bone pattern she has. She's longer in cannon, she's longer in neck, she's longer in top line and rump, and she's also longer in body than the doe we have in 9. 9 is placing over 10 in mammary system, a more clearly defined medial suspensory ligament, more width to the rear udder, teeth that are more delineated and more properly placed on the body. She's also a little wider and stronger in her chest. She certainly will grant some in dairy strength into the angular profile that we see on the doe in 10th place. 10 is placing over 11. More appropriate size of mammary and capacity to go with the overall frame of goat. More angularity and depth than we're seeing in the doe in 11. 11 is placing over 12. It's the height and smoothness of the rear udder. It's the ease of motion on the rear legs. It's the strength of pastern. 12 is placing over 13 in body capacity. The width of chest, the depth of heart, the spring of rib. She is going to grant a little bit to height and smoothness of rear udder to the doe in 13. 13 over 14, it's her mammary system. It's the shape of the udder. It's the way the udder sits underneath the structure of her pelvic. It's also the correctness in general appearance as she's on the move, particularly in the area of the rump. She's more central in her furrow placement, so in making that transition from move to rest, she gets those rear legs more comfortably underneath her. 14 is placing over 15. It's her width of chest, her depth of heart, and spring of rib. 15 is placing over 16, dairy strength, a lot more open and sharp and clean, less tendency for the mammary systems to be tilted. 16 is placing over 17. It's this extreme width and levelness of top line, the width of rump. It's her longer bone pattern. It's her more strength of bone that she has to go with her profile than the doe we have in 17. 17 is placing over 18 in mammary system. Less tendency for the mammary system to be twisted. She has a more clearly balance between the mammary system. She has a higher, tighter, smoother rear udder. She walks more comfortably around the mammary system than the doe in 18. Just a beautiful frame on this doe in 18 with her size and her scale and her length. She's natural, elegant, she's very high-headed, and that's what carries her over the doe in 19. 19 is now placing over 20. Just felt she had a more udder support. The udder's placed more correctly underneath the body. She has a lot more angularity and just moves more comfortably on the rear legs than the doe in 20.
Okay, over here in the Lamancha ring, we're working on our Lamancha 3-year-old does. And again, we've decided to keep the 21 does that are in the center to continue to work with. When we look at these does and compare them to the does that are still out along the rail, again, when we look at them, we think we see a little bit more of that combination of the capacity of the mammary system, the correctness in general appearance, the overall dairy strength, and the body capacity, and putting all those things together a little more correctly than some of those does out there along the edge of the rail. There's still some nice does out there, no question. We just felt the ones up here in the center of the line at this point are the ones that we feel today put the pieces together a little more correctly. Thank you for bringing those does out. You can leave the ring with those and get your next one ready.
All right, as we continue to work through these two shows in ring one, Lamanchas, we have the 4-year-olds in the ring right now. In our Toggenburg ring two, 3-year-olds are currently in the ring. And speaking of the 3-year-old ring, I need Haley Esposito. We are looking for your 3-year-old Toggenburg. This will be your final call, Haley. Final call, Haley Esposito. Stretch that. We're on 3-year-olds in the Lamancha ring. We're on 3-year-olds in both rings. All right, Todd, your class is complete. we have our placings in for our 2-year-old milking class in the Toggenburg division. First place crochet goes to Thomas, Anna Thompson Ivy. Second place and third place udder goes to Taylor Ridge Fusion Karina, Captain Taylor. Third place Harmony Jackpot Maggie Shirley, Greg and Vicki Larson. Fourth place CH Evie's Killer Labyrinth, Evelyn Harry. Fifth place in your first place udder is Westerfield's Shot Paris, Mr. Brady Westerfield. Sixth place, Taylor Ridge Fusion Willow, Captain Taylor. Seventh place, Taylor Ridge Fusion Lexi, Captain Taylor. Eighth place, Heatwave KM Jenny, Noah Johnson. Ninth place, Taylor Ridge Fusion Aruba, Captain Taylor. 10th place went to Summer Days Jackson Daytona, Michael Summerlock. 11th place and first place youth goes to Wildhoof Acres NAMT Porsche, Hope Command. 12th place, AK Acres coming on time, Caden Gilbertson. 13th place, Moonview MT Bittersweet, the Newschlein family. 14th place, Toadstool Farm, LL Lilith, Scott Burns, the exhibitor. 15th place was Vanderlane Kershaw Saturn, Carly Vanderlyn. 16th place, Moonview MT Buttercup, the Newschlein family. 17th place, Moonview Klondike Fancy, again, the Newschlein family. 18th place, Northwind Togs Riker Reba, K.G. Gilbertson. 19th place, Stoltman NOS Cap Roulette, Anna Grace Stoltman. And 20th place went to Happy Thought Farm RFR Love Leah, Susan Frank, your exhibitor. So, second place, Toggenburg Milkers, working on placing 3-year-old Togs in ring 2, and we're close on 3-year-old Togs in our Lamanchas in ring 1. So if you have a 4-year-old Lamancha, it needs to be ringside.
Okay, this is our class of Lamancha 3-year-old does, and again, a class that we cut about 10 does or so from the group, and we kept back 21 that we wanted to work with out here. As we looked at the goats as they moved out about the ring, we just kind of thought the first line really for us kind of fell into order. The second line we had to work on quite a bit more to get them in the right place. But as we looked at them, as we worked through just the memory system placings first, we're going to place them 1, 3, 2 for our other placings. The first place go over the third place go. We just thought that a note that shows just a little more width and fullness through that 4 attachment, maybe a little more width through that memory from top of that rear right on through to the 4. The second place other for 3 over 2 in turn shows us more width, particularly more width at the top. She's a little more clearly delineated in her teeth placement or her teeth shape than what we have in the dough in 2, which is our third udder. And again, just a little bit more length and extension in that quarter than what we have on that second place dough, who is our third udder. In actual placings in the class, these first 3 does for us kind of came to the top of the class pretty quickly. We just thought these first 2 were really close. We decided the first place dough, when we watch them as they walk out about the ring, walks and handles those rear legs more correctly in general appearance. She's more correct about that shoulder in front of the descending as you talk about the ring. She's fuller in the crop, she's tighter in the elbow. And as I've already said, she has the advantage in strength and memory system and the length and extension for the correctness of teeth delineation and shape over the second place dough. She certainly will grant some tremendous length of body and length of neck that we have on this dough too. Certainly have to admire the tremendous length of body, the length of back, the length and levelness of rump on the second place dough. And it is those advantages in general appearance that places her over the dough behind her in 3. She's more upstanding. She's stronger in her chine, flatter in her loin, more nearly level out over her rump. She handles her feet and legs more correctly. Even though she doesn't have quite the angulation of her leg, I still think she travels and tracks with a bit more strength for those rear pasterns than does the third place go. 3 then placing over 4. is about dairy strength here, just a sharper, cleaner dough. We look at her from the shoulders back, and she's just cleaner, carrying a little bit less condition. A dough that is more correct in her angulation of her leg as she moves out about the ring, and she certainly has the advantage in memory system and overall width of udder and area of attachment over our fourth place dough. One of the closer placings for us in this first line is 4 and 5. I just felt the fourth place though had the advantage in memory system and length and smoothness of that quarter, a little more capacity through that quarter attachment than what we have in 5. And in turn, in general appearance, a dough that's level in her loins and flatter in her rump than our fifth place dough. 5 been placing over 6, again, a memory system placing a more pleasing shape to that udder with more width and more fullness to the top of that rear than what we have in the sixth place dough. 6 and 7, again, two doughs that we thought were very similar. The sixth place dough, I think is a little more pleasing in the shape of that memory system, a little more globular in shape, a little more fullness at the base of that girder. I like her a little better in her teeth length and the way her teeth hang when nearly plumb than what we have on the seventh place dough. 7 then placing over 8, a turn for her advantages in memory system and the length and strength of that forward attachment, the other support holding that other snugger to her body than what we have on the eighth place dough. Certainly sealed Brent a little bit in the body capacity to this dough at 8. 8 then places over 9 for the tremendous advantage that she has in dairy strength. Her length of neck, her openness of rib, her sharpness, her openness, and her overall angularity. Probably the most open rib dough we have in the class is this 8th place dough. 9 placing over 10, an advantage here in general appearance and angulation of the rear leg and strength of those rear pasterns. We look at the mammary system. She does have teeth to the place more correctly on the other floor. And back to general appearance again. Though it's a little less U-necked, a little straighter through the area of the chine than is our 10th place step. The dough in 10 over the dough in 11 is dairy strength and sharpness and angularity and overall cleanliness. 11 placing over 12. We just got so much more capacity both in mammary and in body. And mammary system is a wider made udder with more width, more fullness and bloom, as well in body capacity, more depth of both fore and rear rib than we have in our dough in 12. 12 and over 13 in general appearance, a dough that's stronger and more correct than our feet pasterns, both fore and rear. A dough that's a little tighter at the top of that shoulder over that 13th place dough. We look at the memory system, she's slightly more balanced from side to side. So again, she's going to give up an advantage in overall capacity to this 13th place dough. 13 over 14 is about dairy strength, just so much sharper, cleaner, and freer from that conditioning that we have on that 14th place dough. 14 over 15, general appearance, just that frame, the length, as well as the depth of body, the depth of heart, the width of chest floor, the depth of that rear rib, the overall substance that she shows us, and the capacity and area of attachment over the dough in 15, even though she'll bring a little bit in balance of udder to our 15th place dough. 15 over 16 in general appearance. It goes straighter and more correct in general appearance on those front legs. When viewed from the side of the front, she's more correct in the angulation of rear leg, and she's stronger in the rear pastern than is our 16th place dough. 16 over 17 is about general appearance. I know that stronger in her chine, she's flatter in her loin, she's more level in her rump, than is our 17th place dough. The 17th dough we have in line because of the strength of the memory system. When you compare her to the dough at 18, she's more balanced than her from side to side. She's wider and she's smoother in that corridor than is our dough at 18. 18 over 19. Again, when we start looking at these two doughs, it's because of the width of memory system, the overall area of attachment that 18 places over that 19th dough. 19 over 20. Again, when we start looking at the memory system, it's a more capacious udder, even though she'll drain a little bit in balance of udder from side to side to the 20th dough. And then 20 over 21 is general appearance, her length and strength of top, her flatness and levelness of rump. And again, I feel that although it's not the most capacious memory system that we have out here, she certainly does have more height, more width, more overall fullness and capacity today than the gray dough we had there in 21.
Toggenburg 3-year-old milkers. Udders are going to be 1, 2, and 4. As we look at the mammary systems on these does, we felt the first place doe is more correct in her medial suspensory ligament and the overall support of the mammary system in comparison to the second place udder doe. We felt her cheeks were shorter and more delineated, and she walked and more properly placed, and so she walks a little more comfortably around the teeth than the doe we see in second place udder. The second place udder over the fourth place udder, the third place udder, the doe, and fourth there. It's the height and smoothness of her udder. It's that extreme width from the top of the attachment to the floor. It's that extreme length, extension, and width of foreudder as well. As we look at the entire scorecard and placing the class, 1 is placing over 2, first of all, in general appearance. As she walks about the ring, much sounder and straighter on those forelegs as she tracks towards you. She's more correct in the structure of the front end with that extreme length and depth of brisket. She handles a little bit more sound on her rear legs in terms of her strength of pasturing. She has a deeper heel and a more shapely hoof. We also felt she had an advantage in body capacity with that extreme depth, that barrel development. You really see that depth at the point of elbow. And then, of course, as we talked about earlier, we felt she excelled in the support of the mammary system over the doe in 2. 2 is placing over 3 in mammary system. Just a higher, tighter, wider rear udder. It's the way she carries the width from the top of the attachment to the floor of the mammary system. It's the length and width of foreudder. When you look at the mammary system inside profile, it's the appropriate amount of capacity behind the rear leg and in front of the rear leg that carries 2 over 3. When we look at her in terms of her general appearance, this extreme long bone pattern, that extreme length and width of top line, length and width of rump, and then the doe in 3. 3 is placing over 4 in general appearance. This was viewed as they were on the move. She's sounder in those front legs. She's more correct in the structure of the front end, the way she blends at the point of elbow against her chest. She shows a more desirable slope to her rump. She walks with more angulation to the hock and stifle. Her feet are also tighter. She will grant a more appropriately placed mammary system underneath the pelvic structure to the doe in 4. 4 is placing over 5 in mammary system. Her cheeks are more delineated. She's able to walk around this mammary system a little more comfortably. She's got a little bit more pleasing shape inside profile than the doe we see in 5. She also excelled in dairy strength. She is freer from excess conditioning and just a little sounder in her front end as she moves about the ring. 5 is placing over 6 in mammary system. This extreme width of rear udder, it's the overall shape of mammary system. She has a more appropriate size of mammary system to go with the overall shape and frame of the goat. And then you have that extreme body capacity, that increasing depth from point of elbow back to flank. And she does walk about the ring, a little more angulation in that rear leg than the doe in 6. 6 is placing over 7, a lot more substance and strength of bone here to go with her angular dairy profile. She also has the advantage in length of body than the doe we have here in 7. The 7th place doe, a very correct doe in the structure of her mammary system. It's the height and smoothness of her udder. And then when we look at her in terms of her bone today, just a lot more substance and strength than the very fancy doe we see in 8. This 8th place doe is so high-headed and naturally alert. This tremendous style as she's on the move. And it is her dairiness coupled with a mammary system that is more pleasing in shape. It has greater width than the rear udder. It has greater width and extension and capacity of the foreudder as well. 9 is placing over 10 in general appearance. Just such a sound doe on those forelegs, the structure of the front end, the levelness of top line, the slope to rump, more correct set to rear leg, less tendency to be over-angulated, and the hock and stifle that carries 9 over this real dairy, hard-working doe here in 10. 10 is placing over 11 in dairy strength. So much sharper, freer from excess conditioning, the ribs angle more towards the flank, and when she's on the move, she just handles so much more comfortably on those rear legs than the doe we have in 11. 11 is placing over 12. It's this extreme frame that she has, that length and depth, extension brisket, the width down her top line, the longer bone pattern. She's going to grant to a more pleasing shape of mammary system to this doe in 12th place. 12 is over 13. It's a mammary system placing, the height and smoothness of rear udder, the shape of rear udder. Teeth are a little more underneath her than the doe we have in 13. 13 over 14, it's a general appearance. She's taller, longer, more upstanding doe. She also has really an edging her dairy strength. She has more substance of bone to go with the dairiness than we see in 14. 14 over 15, the rear udder is higher, the floor of the udder is higher above the hocks. She's got more delineated teeth than the doe we have in 15. 15 over 16 is simply balance of mammary system. 16 over 17 is her general appearance as she moves about the ring with such elegance and ease of motion. 17 is placing over 18. We just felt she had a more pleasing shape to the mammary system in terms of her support. She certainly has stronger in general appearance as she moves, but more desirable and breed type to her hip. 18 over 19, the floor of the udder is held higher above the hock. She's flatter in her rump. She's more correct in the structure of her front end. She's less tendency to U-neck than the doe we see in 19. And 19 over 20, it's her udder support, her udder shape, her strength of medial, her lateral support that carries her over 20.
All right, attention in the barn, just an announcement as we have our 4-year-old Lamanchas in ring 1, and we're preparing for our 4-year-old Toggenburgs in ring 2. In ring number 1 today at 2:30 p.m., there will be a short presentation about the Guernsey goat breed. The does will be handled by some of ADGA's youngest members. So join us for a brief introduction to the breed and to support the young exhibitors that will be here showing off their Guernsey goats today. So that's at 2:30 this afternoon. If you would come ringside and take a look at those goats that are here on display. We also have our placings in for our 3-year-old milking class in the Lamancha breed. First place first udder went to K&H Ranch, R.L. Nefertiti, Cindy and Robert Silva. Second place third udder went to Here Be Goats, KB Twisted T, Kelly Hines. Third place second udder, Lone Thistle, Polly C. Holder, Purple Thistle Dairy. Fourth place, Morris G. T.H. Fabulous Finn, Garrett Morris. Fifth place, L.S. Acres, Turbo Miley, Ellis Marciano. Sixth place, Rustic Woods, MLC Envy, Ashley Clement Clark. Seventh place, Rockin' CBAAM Nevo, Jessica Miller. Eighth place, McGinley LK Nakara, Terry Sines. Ninth place was Candlelight LWJB Black Orchid, Josie Kirby. 10th place, Rustic Woods JG Freedom, Nicole Nadeau. 11th place, Yosan Crazy Train, Robin Gibbs. 12th place, McGinley LH Nashira, Evie Farms. 13th place, Fantasia's Honey Wine, Levi Campbell. 14th place was Jay Havens SV Strawberry Moose, Jill Pritchett. 15th place, Lottie Da CA Kiss Nunya Business, Mouthful and Jones. 16th place, Emerald City Silhouette, Diana Rico. 17th place, Stallion Parvin CPX, Honestia, Dina Arango. 18th place, Jay Havens SB Darth Beta, Jill Pritchett. 19th place, Fantasia's Lady May, Levi Campbell. And 20th place, Here Be Goats HMN Mirage, Kelly Hines. Congratulations to all of those in our 3-year-old milking Lamancha class. As I said, we are looking at 4-year-old milkers in both classes currently. A quick announcement in the barn. There are a few tickets left for the social event tomorrow afternoon. I have been informed that it could be the best social event ever in the history of ADGA. Karen says that they have promised some amazing things there for the exhibitors that show up, and there are a few extra tickets left. This will be public service announcement number 7 today. Request as you are bringing your animals to the ring, the least amount of shellac that you can put on the udders will be best. If we can keep from putting too much cream on, it's slowing things down here as we are having to wash hands after every udder. So the word is less shellac. Our 3-year-old milking Toggenburg class placements are first place, first udder, Moss Ridge Cows J. Vanna. Tracy Jones, second place, second udder, Nunview MT Amazing Grace, the Newschwander family. The third place, CHEB Psycho Riffraff, Evelyn Harry. Fourth place, third udder, RPS Acres Cordelia, Rebecca Schultz. Fifth place, Taylor Ridge Chili, Catherine Taylor. Sixth place, Heat Wave KM Summers, Noah Johnson. Seventh place, first place youth, was Nestor Acres AR Cotton Ball by James Bond 007 there, Travis Arney. Eighth place, Royal Cedars Letty, Melanie Ferguson. Ninth place was Moss Ridge Cows Jury, Tracy Jones. 10th place, Hidden Meadows Siskiyou, Melanie Ferguson. 11th place, Heatwave KM Adelita, Noah Johnson. 12th place, Nunview MT Awesome Naomi, the Newschwander family. 13th place, Taylor Ridge Felicity, Catherine Taylor. 14th place, Jonas Acres Debutante, first Purple Thistle Dairy. 15th place, second place Yutter. Second place youth, Northwind Togs, GF Roxy, KJ Gilbertson. 16th place, Royal Cedars Toe Blow, Melanie Ferguson. 17th place, Gladdy Acres Cal Genesis, Tracy Jones. 18th place, Nestor Acres Paradise City, Woods River Farm. 19th place, Cancer Vine AKF Storm Warning, Casey Strodnick. And 20th place goes to Happy Thought Farm Snickerdoodle, Susan Frank. Those were your 3-year-old milkers in the Toggenburg class. We currently have 4-year-olds working in both rings. just a reminder for all of the youth, you do need to complete your Premier Youth forms throughout the day as your breeds finish. Please fill out your breed specific forms and make sure you fill things out as the week comes to a close for your Premier overall youth. No, not at all.
Okay, what a nice class of Lamancha 4-year-olds we had out here to work with. The other placings on this class are going to be 2, 1, and 4. As we look at the memory systems here, we just thought the second place go with first other, just a little more width and fullness to the top of that rear than what we have on that first place go. Very close placing there between the two. And as we look at the first place go over the third place go, again, I think when we look at the memory system, just a tad more height, a tad more length and extension through that corridor than we have on that third place segment, and that going there in 4. In the actual placings in the class, as we looked at these first two goes, its general appearance, as we watch them as they travel out about the ring, she walks and handles her rear legs more correctly. She's shorter and stronger about the passing, both fore and rear. She's a little tighter at the junction of the shoulder and the wither than is our second place go. 2 men placing over 3. We just felt she has the advantage here in the memory system. We love the frame of this third place go. When we look at the other on the second place go, we just think it's more properly balanced when we look for the third and the third in front of and behind and underneath that rear leg. We think she's a little more correct in her teeth size and delineation, maybe a tad more correct in the teeth placement on the other floor than is the third place go. Certainly she'll bring a little bit of strength to keep pastors to this go that we have in 3. 3 then placing over 4 for her advantage. She's a general appearance. She's more upstanding. She blends more neatly from the neck into the shoulder. She's stronger in her chine. Again, a hill that we just felt walks around the ring more easily, more correctly, more freely on the feet and passes. I know it's a little bit longer in her going pattern than what we have in this deep body go here in 4. 4 then placing over 5, starting with an advantage in memory system with more length and extension of 4, keeps her place more correctly on the other floor. We believe she's a little more pleasing in her texture today than what we have on that 5th place go. And when we look at body capacity, she's deeper and fuller in her heart girth. She shows more depth of rear rib than what we have on our go in 5. 5 then placing over 6. When we look at the memory systems on this go, I know that just shows it's a wider made under from the top of that rear under arch all the way through to that lateral and floor attachment, just more overall area of attachment. We look at body capacity, you know, it shows there's just a little more depth of both fore and rear rib over the dough that we have here in 6. 6 then placing over 7. Again, when we look at these two doughs, we just thought that the 6th place go. We look at the memory system, she's more pleasing in her teeth size, shape, and delineation. I know that shows us just a little more fullness in that corridor than what we have in the 7th place go. And a dough that's today that's a tad cleaner all the way through than our dough in 7. 7 then placing over 8 is about general appearance of the strength and straightness and levelness over the top. She's stronger in her chine. She's flatter with less of a tendency to want to roach up over that loin, flatter from hip to pin. She's a dough that's a little tighter and smoother through that shoulder and through that front end assembly than the dough that we have in 8. Go ahead and walk that line up for us, please. 8 then placing over 9. As we look at these two doughs, it's the advantage that this 8th place dough has an overall length. She's longer neck, she's longer through that barrel, and longer back through that rump. I know that we just thought when we look at dairy strength, she's a little more open, she's cleaner, she's more angular than is our 9th place dough. And then 9 over 10, we look at memory system, it's a wider, more capacious udder, more area of udder attachment. I know that when we watch them as they walk out about the ring, it's much more than the level from hip to pin, flatter from through the furrow. She shows just a little more strength and substance of bone than does the spotted dough that we have here in 10. Go ahead and walk those two. 10 then placing over 11 is about general appearance. We just thought this dough was more correct in that front end assembly. She's less prominent about the point of shoulder. She's tighter at the junction of the shoulder and the wither. She's just so much more smoothly blended. She's stronger in the back than what we have in this 10th place dough. But we'll certainly grant a little bit to go about the capacity and memory system of this dough in 10. Beautiful udder on this 10th place dough. We will say that the longer teeth take away a little, kind of take away a little bit from the correctness of the memory system because the udder itself is really pleasing in its shape and very strongly attached. And we just like to see those teeth a little bit shorter. But the correctness in that memory system certainly carries over that dough, carries over the dough behind her in 12. 12 and over 13, we talk about general appearance. I know that we just really like the way she walks and handles those rear feet and rear baskets better. I know that we thought just has more fullness to the top of the rear udder than our dough in 13. 13 over 14. When we look at the memory system on these two doughs, the advantage is there in balance of udder from side to side, in length, correctness, in size, shape, and delineation over the dough in 14. I'm going to walk Goes up for me, please. 14 over 15 is general appearance and her strength and levelness of top, her flatness of loin, levelness of rump, her correctness and angulation of her leg, and strength of casting on those her feet over the real deep body load that we have here in 15. 15 over 16, although she may not have the strongest castings in the class, she still walks and handles those rear legs, travels more correctly, more comfortably with those rear legs around the ring than does the black belt in 16. And it's for that and the advantage that she has in room and fullness of capacity to that rear udder that carries her over our 16th place belt, who maybe has the nicest other texture of the entire class. 16 then placing over 17, an advantage in her body capacity. She's wider in her chest floor, she's deeper in that floor barrel, she's deeper in her rear rib with more spring of rib than we see in 17. And again, it goes with more capacity in that memory system today than the 17th belt. We certainly admire the length and the stretch on the 17th belt, starting right up in the front end. The length of her neck, the length of her back, we're going in the rump. We get her over this go behind her for her strength and general appearance, her correctness of her leg, her correctness of casting, both forward and rear, and finally the chocolate dough over the dough at the end of the line for her strength, correctness and memory system, her strength of forward attachment, the smoothness of blending, the overall other support in that dough over the dough at the end of the line. We certainly admire the depth of rear rib, the overall openness that we have on our dough at the end of the class at 19.
Toggenburg 4-year-old milkers. Others are going to be 1, 2, and 3. We're first going to discuss the mammary system. The first udder on the first goat over the second udder on the second goat. It's the height and smoothness of rear udder. It's a shorter, more delineated teeth. The second mammary on the second goat over the third udder on the third goat. It's the shape of the mammary system inside profile. You have a little more appropriate placement of mammary system underneath the body with more roundness of the rear udder behind the rear leg, a little bit more length and extension of fore udder on this second place dough. And then the third mammary over the balance of the class, it's the height and smoothness of rear udder, it's the strong medial, it's the correct teeth placement. Now as we look at the entire goat and making our decisions, 1 is placing over 2 in mammary system. Higher, tighter, smoother rear udder, shorter teeth that are more delineated. She has an advantage in general appearance, such an elegant, graceful, stylish dough on the move. And that's because of her phenomenal, smooth blended front end. And she just handles her legs with such ease of motion. And she's a little more erect on her rear pastern. She's a little deeper in her heel than the dough in second. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, just being a little bit more open and sharp and freer from excess conditions than the dough in 2. 2 is placing over 3 in mammary system. It's the shape of the mammary system inside profile. It's the length of the lateral support. She also has the advantage today in dairy strength. She's a lot more open. And then when you look at her in terms of general appearance, as she moves about the ring, she's more angulated in the rear leg and shorter and more shapely in her toe than the dough we see in 3. 3 is placing over 4 in body capacity, such size and scale and width and depth to this dough. She furthers that with a stronger medial, a wider rear udder. She also has the advantage in that width and length down her top line in terms of her general appearance. 4 is placing over 5 in mammary system, a smoother rear udder, stronger medial, more correct teeth placement. She also has a smoother fore udder attachment into the body wall. As she moves about the ring, she's smoother in the front end, she's more angled in the rear leg, and she's a little flatter in her rump. 5 is placing over 6 in mammary system, just a lot more total area of udder attachment, teeth that are more desirable length and delineation. I like the capacity and felt for the capacity. I saw a little less interference with the teeth against the rear leg as she moved about the ring. So much more depth, too, than the dough we see in 6. 6 is placing over 7 in general appearance. It's the correctness of the front end. It's that extreme uphill dairy look that she has. She also has a more appropriate size of mammary system and more appropriate width of rear udder to go with the overall size and the frame of the goat in compared to 7. 7 over 8, just so much more sharp and open and angular. She also is just flattering her bone. 8 is placing over 9. It's her extreme general appearance. The correctness of the front end, and she has a longer neck to blend into that shoulder, making her less U-neck. She's longer down her back. She's longer in her rump. She handles more soundly on her rear legs. She's more correct in those forelegs and side profile. 9 is placing number 10 in mammary system. The mammary system is more appropriately placed underneath the body, less tendency for the mammary system to be tilted forward. She's so much more sharp and open and dairy than the doe we have in 10. 10 is placing over 11 and dairy strength, just a lot more open, freer from excess conditioning. She's also longer and extended in her brisket than the doe we have in 11. 11 is a mammary system placing in terms of balance today. A little smoother rear udder, a little longer fore udder. She's got a little more length down her top line, width in her rump, but she's certainly going to have to grant some in terms of dairy strength to this doe in 12. 12 is placing number 13. The mammary system is more desirable in shape. It's placed more correctly underneath the body. She's a lot sharper, more open and angular. She's more correctly angulated in those rear legs, less tendency to be over-angulated like the doe in 13. 13 over 14, more appropriate size of mammary system to go with the body. A lot stronger in that front end, the way she blends at the point of elbow against the chest, so much more substance and strength of bone than the doe we have in 14. 14 over 15, a higher, tighter, wider rear udder, more capacious fore udder. 15 over 16, it's her general appearance. She walks more uphill. She's wider and more level down her top line. 16 over 17, dairy strength, more appropriate size of mammary system to go with the frame of goat. 17 over 18, higher, smoother rear udder. 18 over 19 is this extreme body and substance and strength of bone, the width and depth. 19 over 20, just more capacity to the mammary system, both in the fore and rear udder. And then 20 over the balance of the class, it's for strength of top line.
Lamancha 5 and 6-year-old class is closed.
In the 4-year-old Lamancha milking class, first place went to Jay Havens, PE, I'm a Jean. She was second place udder. Second place and first place udder was GCH, Rockin' CBRL Mischief, Cindy and Robert Silva. Third place, Goat Song White Widow, Shirley Malmanis. Fourth place, third udder, Panacea Frail, Eli Campbell. Fifth place, Rustic Woods MLT Serenity, Nicole Nadeau. Sixth place, Purple Thistles PS Pleasant, or Purple Thistle Theory. Seventh place, Lottie SOFL Mirror Image and Jones. Eighth place, McGinley KF Malibu, Ashley Clement Clark. Ninth place, Split Creek Ardens Adair, Jessica Bell. 10th place, Pure Delight Maui Moonlight, Ashley Clement Clark. 11th place, Royal Cedars Azumi, Melody Ferguson. 12th place, first place youth was Three Hearts Lucky Surprise, Stephanie Trout. 13th place, Liberty Ranch SB Mojave, Jennifer Chariba. 14th place, Tempo Leap Frog, Logan Berg. 15th place, KECMR Boris Scarlett, Claire Smith. 16th place, McGinley J.E. Maleficent, Robin Gibbs. 17th place, Fairwood Farm A.D. Peachy Martini, Dawn Burr. 18th place and second place youth was Nine Lives Aliana, Sienna Rosebush. 19th place, Treasure at Sunrise Miami, Layla Horton. And that is it. Congratulations, 4-year-old class. We currently have our 5 and 6-year-old Lamanchas and 5 and 6-year-old Toggenbergs in the ring. Your placings in that 4-year-old milking Toggenberg class. First place, first udder went to GCH Evie's Tsunami Staken, Evelyn Harris. Second place, second udder, Royal Cedars Annie Ann's Ruthie, Melanie Ferguson. Third place, third udder, Legendary EH Ruthie, Anna Thompson Heidrich. Fourth place, Noonview MT Knockout, the Newswander family. Fifth place, Taylor Ridge and Assist Micaiah, Catherine Taylor. Sixth place, Royal Cedars Annika, Melanie Ferguson. Seventh place, Giants Acres, Piquet, Purple Thistle Dairy. Eighth place, Heatwave RR, Melod Amethyst, Noah Johnson. Ninth place, Sunlock 2, Jackson Miracle, Michael Summerlot. 10th place, Taylor Ridge Mercedes, Catherine Taylor. 11th place, Heatwave KO Diamond Dazzle, Noah Johnson. 12th place goes to Royal Cedars Mount Olympia, Cullen Owen. 13th place, Legendary RHM Ramona, Anna Thompson Heidrich. 14th place, Nestor Acres CD Revelry, Sally Rodiker. 15th place, Runview Calvin Amelia, Anna Grace Stoltman. 16th place, Royal Cedars Mount Shasta, Melanie Ferguson. 17th place, Falcon Farms Kahlua, Katrina Buckite. 18th place, RPS Acres Rosella, Rebecca Schultz. Okay, and then 19th place, and our second place youth, it was Minnie, Rosarina Hines. And then 20th place, Moss Ridge, Cars Jane, Sarah Clown. Those were your 4-year-old Toggenberg milkers. As we said, we are working on 5 and 6-year-old does in both classes currently.
As I went to pick up the microphone for this class, Tim said to me, beautiful class. It really is a beautiful class. And we both agree with that statement. It really is. And as we look at this class, it goes, and for us, they kind of go in the line for us in the groups fairly easily. We moved a few pairs of animals around a little bit, but we just kind of thought they fell in the line for us. Memory placings on this class are going to be 1, 3, 4. The doe in first just excels the class in the memory system. Her length and extension of 4, the width of that quarter, the strength of those lateral attachments, the height, the width, the fullness of rear, the correctness of the T placement on that other floor. Just a beautiful udder on this first go. Gets a little closer for us between the others, second and third, and there's not a lot of differences in them. We just think that third place go with second udder has more length and extension of 4. When you really look at those teats, the T10 are nearly plumb than what we have on that fourth place go. And for us, that's where the difference lies in those two goes, in the memory system on those two goes. So as we place the class, the first doe at the top of the class excels the second place doe in her memory system. Her height and width of rear, her length and extension of 4, the correctness of teat placement on the other floor, as well as teat shape and delineation. I certainly admire the frame on the second place doe, and for that general appearance, her upstandingness, her correctness through that front end, her straightness of foreleg, her angulation of her leg that carries her over the doe behind her in 3. She'll give advantage, or she'll bring a little bit of an advantage in the memory system, as I said, to this third place doe. 3 then places over 4 for those advantages in memory system that I already talked about. I think she also has the advantage when you look at general appearance. She walks more correctly on those rear feet. She's a bit stronger on the rear pastures. She's flatter in her loin. She's leveler from hip to pin while on the move than is the belted black and white doe in 4. She over the doe behind her in 5. We just thought she's a little more correct through that front end. She blends a little neater into that shoulder. She's a little bit less, tends a little bit to be a little bit less U-neck. She's stronger through that chine than is the gray and white spotted doe there in 5. The doe in 5 over the doe in 6 is, again, you go back to general appearance, a doe that's straighter on the foreleg, the view from the side or the front. She has more proper degree of angulation to the rear leg. She's stronger about those rear pastures, especially, than is our 6th place doe. 6th placing over 7 for an advantage in the memory system. Overall shape of that udder, the width, the capacity, the fullness, the overall other attachment, area of other attachment that we have, as well as some dairy strength over the 7th place doe. 7 then over 8, one of the closer placings for us in the class. We just thought in general appearance, she's a doe that's tighter at the junction with the shoulder and the wither. She's fuller in the crop. Maybe she travels around the ring just a little bit stronger on those pastures, both fore and rear, than the black doe behind her in 8. The doe in 8 over the doe in 9. She in turn in general appearance, she's more correct about that point of elbow. She blends more smoothly through the front end. And again, a doe that in turn we just felt walks more freely and more easily around that memory system than does our 9th place doe. 9 then placing over 10, an advantage in the memory system in length and extension of 4. She has an advantage in udder support, holding that udder up a little higher into her, a little closer to her body wall, keeping that rear udder a little higher up into her escutcheon than what we've got on the blue dairy frame doe coming out here in 10. It's for that advantage in dairy strength that I switched these two does here in 10 and 11 toward the end of the class, as well as some advantages in general appearance. In dairy strength, she's just sharper, she's smoother, she's more open, but in general appearance, a doe that just has an advantage in correctness of her legs. She's more correct about the feet and pasterns, both forward and rear. She walks around the ring more easily as our 11th place doe. 11 then over 12, starting with the memory system. Again, it's a memory system that's placed a little more correctly underneath that rump with that rear a little higher into her escutcheon. Teeth placement more correct on the other floor. We look at general appearance. She's a doe that's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from the side. She's stronger in her chine, flatter in her loin, more nearly level out over her rump than as our 12th place doe. 12 and 13, another pair of does that I switched here as we moved them around a little bit, and it's about a couple of things. First of all, when she walks around her memory system, she walks around it more easily. That memory system, again, is placed underneath that rump a little more correctly in terms of where it sits. Where that 13th place doe, that memory system is out behind her a little bit more, and a lot of it's behind that rear leg as she travels, giving that advantage to 12, both in the memory system and in the way she travels around in general appearance. 13 then over 14 in general appearance in terms of her flatness of loin, her levelness of rump, her angulation of her leg, her strength of feet and pasterns. 14 over 15 is about that memory system. First of all, another that's more balanced with the size to the size of the dough, in more proportion to the size of the dough. I know that has the advantage as well in dairy strength and the sharpness or openness or overall cleanliness. 15 and 16, two doughs that we really like the frames on both of these doughs. We just thought they both need a little bit more memory capacity, a little more overall production to get them up higher in the group. We just thought 14 over 15. When we look at the other, or excuse me, 15 over 16. When we look at the shape of that memory system, is a little more correct on 15, a little smoother blended up into the top of that rear udder than what we have on that 16th dough. 16 over 17, even though she's going to yield in capacity, when we look at the correctness of the forwarder, the correctness of the teat placement, the teat size, shape, and delineation, she has that advantage over 17. She certainly has the advantage in vital capacity, in width of chest and depth of part breadth and depth of both fore and rear rib. Though she's certainly going to grant some to the capacity of the dairy strength in 17. 17 over 18 for that dairy strength, her sharpness, her angularity, her overall cleanliness, a little bit of balance, flutter from side to side, and in general appearance, again, the correctness of that other rear legs, the rear feet, and the pasterns, both fore and rear. 18 then over, 18 then over 19. A goat that just shows us more strength in her general appearance in terms of her strength of top line, her strength of chine, her flatness and levelness of rump. 19 over 20. I know that's more correct in your other support. Again, holding that other up higher up on the top. She's longer and smoother in that flutter. It runs more smoothly into her abdomen than what we have on that 20th dough. And then finally 20 over the dough at the end of the line. For the correctness in the support of that memory system, she's considerably stronger in that rear udder attachment, as well as she has an advantage in general appearance, in correctness of her feet, correctness of that rear leg as she travels about with it.
All right, this is our Toggenburg 5 and 6-year-old classes. Udders are going to be 1, 2, and 3. As we evaluate these mammary systems, this first place udder over the second place udder, it's the tremendous area of udder attachment, the extreme lateral support that she has. Just a much more capacious mammary system, both in fore and rear udder, with just tremendous width to that fore udder. And then the second mammary over the third mammary, she has the advantage today in capacity of mammary system, the width of rear udder. She also has a little bit more smoothness to the fore udder attachment. This third place dough, while maybe not carrying quite the milk as some of the other doughs in the class, it just is really strong in the medial suspensory ligament with the correct teat placement, and that is why she is placing over the balance of the class. 1 is placing over 2 in mammary system. Total area of udder attachment. Width of rear udder from top of the attachment to the floor of the mammary system. Length and extension of fore udder. She has the advantage in dairy strength. Just a little bit more open. She has a little more strength of bone to go with her flatness. In general appearance, as she moves about the ring, just a little bit more length and extension of brisket, and just more naturally high-headed and alert because of her slope of shoulder. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage today in just having more capacity of mammary system, both fore and rear. She has the advantage in body capacity. She's deeper in her heart. She shows more increasing depth from pointed elbow back to her flank. For her size and scale, when we look at her dairy strength, I felt she had more substance of bone to go with the angularity than the dough we have in 3. 3 is placing number 4 in mammary system. She shows more balance from side to side. She has teeth that are more desirable delineation. The rear udder attachment is smoother. Also, as we look at the doe in terms of her dairy strength, I really prefer the angularity and shape of this doe. And then in general appearance, she's sounder in her foreleg, they're straighter behind the knee, she tracks straighter towards you, and she's a little more shapely in those 4 feet. 4 is placing over 5. First of all, in dairy strength. She's just longer neck, sharper withered, more prominent in her vertebrae, more incurving in her thigh. Her teeth placement is more sound, and her rear udder is more correct in terms of the height and smoothness of attachment than 5. 5 is placing over 6 in general appearance. She just handles more correctly on her rear legs about the rein. She also handles more soundly on those forelegs in the way that the point of elbow blends against the chest floor. She also has the advantage in her overall depth that we're seeing in her rear rib in comparison to 6. The mammaries are some trade-offs, but there is more balance to the mammary system in 5 over 6. 6 is placing over 7, a little more substance and strength of bone to go with her dairy strength. She certainly has a longer bone pattern in terms of cannon, neck, top line, rump. She will grant to the balance of mammary system in 7. 7 over 8, just as a general appearance placing. As she moves about the ring, she has a smoother junction between her chine and her loin. She's stronger in her rear pasterns, less tendency to want to roll in her rear feet and bow in the rear leg than the doe we have in 8. She also has a higher, tighter, smoother rear udder and a more pleasing shape to mammary system than the doe we have in 8. 8 is placing over 9. Just felt she was a stronger doe in general appearance in terms of the structure of her front end, the length and extension of brisket, a little bit more natural levelness, a more desirable slope to the rump than the doe we see in 9. 9 is placing over 10. She's more correct in the structure and set to her rear leg. The mammary system is placed more correctly underneath the body with less tendency to be tilted forward. 10 is placing over 11. Just felt this doe has so much more depth, and that depth blends into that fore udder more nicely. She's not quite as sharp and open or wide in the rear udder as 11. 11 is placing over 12. Just a more productive mammary system, a teeth of a more desirable length and delineation, the teeth are more nearly plumb, nose a lot sharper and more open and angular, will grant some points in general appearance. 12 over 13, it is the balance of the mammary system from side to side. It is her level top line. 13 over 14, this tremendous angularity in body shape and length of bone. 14 over 15, she's stronger and sounder on her rear pasterns. The mammary system's placed more correctly underneath the body. 15 over 16, just a lot more depth and width and strength. 16 over 17, a higher, smoother rear udder, more standing doe, smoother in the junction of her chine and loin. 17 over 18, a doe that has a more correct medial suspensory ligament, shorter, more delineated teeth. 18 over 19, more appropriate capacity to go with the size of the animal. And then 19 over 20 was her structure and general appearance, her soundness of front end, top line and rump.
We just wrapped up our 5 and 6-year-old talking birds. We'll be looking for those age talking birds in ring 2, working on the age doe class in ring 1. Replacements in the 5 and 6-year-old milker class, Lamancha division. First place, first udder went to GCH Rockin' CB RAG Katana. Second place, Lee's B Sage. Third place, second udder was Goats on Chaos. Fourth place, Goats on Blackbird, and was also third place udder. Fifth place, Panacea Inappropriate Flashing, Levi Campbell. Sixth place, CH Lone Thistle Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. That was Purple Thistle's Dairy. I want to say that one more time. Listen, Linda. Favorite video, I think, ever on Facebook. Seventh place, KECMR Inspired Jada, Claire Smith. Eighth place, Marion Josephine, Randy Adams. Ninth place, Panacea Crispin, Levi Campbell. 10th place, McGinley, E.H. Kira, Jerry Steins. 11th place, Manzanita Farm Ice Hooligan, Jill Pritchett. 12th place, Simply Southern, Persia Lynn Giles. 13th place, Mount River Ranch MLJ Legacy, Christina Myers Cox. 14th place in your first place youth, Rustic Woods JH Beyonce, Layla Horton. 15th place, GCH Latte DV's American Liberty, Anna Jones. 16th place, Flying Caprine LS Tagalong, Felicia Starcher. 17th place, Lofty Da KKF Newsflash, Ann Jones. 18th place, second use was Pine Springs Nadine, Dylan Walden. 19th place, Callum Parvin, MH Willow, Deanna Marengo. And 20th place, Nicole Castor and her goat, Patty Lab. And they just said, give a dog a bone. Just another reminder, in ring number 1 today at 2:30, there will be a short presentation about the Guernsey goat breed. The does will be handled by some of ADGA's youngest members. Please join us for a brief introduction to the breed and to support some of our young exhibitors. Again, 2:30 in ring 1 today. And as a side note, that Guernsey Showcase will be on live stream today. So for those of you at home watching, if you want to tune in at 2:30, you will be able to see that Guernsey Showcase. And with that, I have the placings for our 5 and 6-year-old Toggenburg. First place, GCH EV's TG Kinky Boots. First place, first udder, Evelyn Harry. Second place, second udder, Gladdy Acres, Rems Josie, Tracy Jones. Third place, third udder is Royal Cedars, Cocoa Euphoria, Melody Ferguson. Fourth place, GCH Evie's SC Strawberry Sprout, Evelyn Harry. Fifth place, Taylor Ridge, Renor, Argentina, Catherine Taylor. Sixth place, Joas Acres High Roller, Purple Thistle Jerry. Seventh place, Joas Acres HK Guys, Purple Thistle Jerry. Eighth place, Moss Ridge Rams Ducardi, Tracy Jones. Ninth place, Hidden Meadows, Bluff Dioma, Melanie Ferguson. 10th place, GCH Summer Days Jackson Valaria, Michael Summerlock. 11th place in your first place youth was 5/8 fashionably late, Allison Ode. 12th place, Taylor Ridge PI, Margaret Shamus. 13th place, second place youth was Nestor Acres MT Lupa, Wood River Farm. 14th place, Summer Days Troubadour Vivian, Michael Summerlock. 15th place, Nunview, Romeo and Love and Chera, the Bushwander family. 16th place, Happy Thought Riesling, Susan Frank. 17th place, Royal Cedars Avery, Melanie Ferguson. 18th place was Crystal Creek Pinky Tuscadera, Anna Grace Stoltman. 19th place, Old Kid Cole Houston, Cole Warren. And your 20th place was Stoltman Ivy Celia, Anna Grace Stoltman. Those were your placings in your 5 and 6-year-old class. We are working on placing age does in both classes. So I will say this is going to be your first call to be preparing if you have first or second place animals. We will need them ringside for long. We'll make that announcement right before they start reasoning, but start prepping your first and second place animals to come to the ring. And we're about to make final placings here on our Toggenburg. So please have your first and second place Toggenburgs ringside. This is your call for first and second place Toggenburgs ringside.
Toggenburg doe, 7 years of age and older. Udder placings are going to be 1, 2, 3. As we look at just the mammary system alone, the first udder over the second udder, it's for the advantage that we have in height and smoothness of rear udder, strength of medial, more correct teat placement, greater length and extension of udder. We certainly recognize she doesn't have quite the capacity today, but she is on an extended lactation. 2 is placing over 3 in mammary system. She shows more balance in the mammary system. When you look at the side profile of the mammary system, we're seeing more roundness of the rear udder at the base of the rear leg than we're seeing in 3. And then 3 over the balance of the class, really appreciate that extreme length and width and capacity of 4 udder on that doe. And now as we look at the entire scorecard and making our placing, 1 is placing over 2 in mammary system, strength of medial, more correct teat placement, smoother rear udder, and then a tremendous advantage in general appearance. As she moves about that ring with such length and extension of brisket, more naturally high-headed and more correct in the blending from neck into shoulder, that extreme levelness of top line and that flatness of rump and having more angulation to her hock and stifle. And then in body capacity, just that true, beautiful tog shape with that tremendous step carried from point of elbow back to flank. 2 is placing over 3. Felt she had the advantage in mammary system. In the smoothness of her rear udder, the balance of her mammary system, she walks a little more comfortably around her teeth. She has a longer bone pattern. She is also a sharper, cleaner, more open doe in terms of her dairy strength. 3 and 4, a little closer placing here. When you watch the does on the move, just a little cleaner and sounder in her front end in terms of this third place doe. She's a little flatter in her rump, but she's got a lot more angulation to her rear leg. Handles a little more soundly on those rear pasterns. And mammary system is that length, width, and extension of forearm. 4 is placing over 5, the 4th place over 5th place. So 5th place, there's another extended lactation doe. We're just seeing a more appropriate capacity to go with the size and the frame of the goat. I prefer the overall shape and angularity and depth on this doe as well. 5 and 6, the last minute switch, just a longer bone pattern throughout. She's longer down her top line, she's longer and wider in her rump, she's longer in her cannon bone. She doesn't have quite the capacity of mammary system to go with the frame, but again, she's on this milk through. And then 6 over 7, just a more sound doe in general appearance. She's more correct on her feet and legs, so tendency to want to roll on those rear legs. In terms of her mammary system, it's a more correct shape, it's a stronger medial, it's more desirable teeth placement, the teeth have a more desirable length and delineation. Certainly a very sharp, open, angular dairy doe. This doe is a very productive animal, and we admire that about her.
Here in the Lamancha ring, we're also on our age doe class, our 7 and overs, and just a beautiful class. And again, as we look at the group and we get ready to line them up and look at memory placings here, we're going to place others 1, 6, 2. The first place under on the first doe over the 6th place doe, just to go that shows us more length and extension of 4, more width through that forwarder, maybe just a tad more correcting her teeth length than what we have in the 6th place doe, who is that second udder. That second udder over our 3rd place udder up here on the second doe, just more height and more width, more fullness, more depth to that rear udder, giving it more overall capacity than what we have on this doe in 2, who is our 3rd udder. In the actual placings of the class, first place doe over the 2nd place doe for the advantages that she has, as I said, in the mammary system. A mammary system that's a little more proportionate to the size of the doe, the height and the width of rear, the width and extension that she shows us in that 4. She's a doe that in general appearance just a smoother blended from end to end. She's stronger in her chine. She's leveler out over her loin. There's a more balanced individual than what we have in that 2nd place doe. 2 and 3 are kind of a tricky placing for us. We went back and forth and back and forth. And here at the end, when we looked at the mammary systems, it's kind of where we made our decision. We just think there's more width, maybe just a tad more pleasing shape. She's more balanced than other from side to side than what we have in this 3rd place doe. Then we started looking at the front end, and she's a little tighter at the top of the shoulder. She blends a little more neatly from the neck into the shoulder. She's a bit snugger at the elbow than is the 3rd place doe. 3 then placing over 4. In turn now for her advantages in the mammary system, she's a doe that shows us more fullness at the base of that rear, more length and extension of 4. A doe that shows us a little bit more length of neck and dairy strength, a little bit more overall cleanliness and angularity than what we're seeing in this 4th place doe. 4 over 5 in general appearance, we just thought this doe walked around the ring a little more easily, a little more freely. She's stronger on her rear pasterns than is the black and white doe in 5. The black and white doe in 5 over the doe in 6. We love the mammary system on this 6th place doe. We just like to change that front end. The 5th place doe has such an advantage in that front end, in depth of heart girth, in width of chest, and tightness and smoothness through that shoulder, through that front end, and blending through the whole first third of that goat over this really good other goat that we have in 6. It's for that mammary system then that 6 places over 7. She's just so much higher and wider, particularly wider throughout that mammary system than what we have in the doe in 7. 7 over 8, we thought both in dairy strength and in mammary and dairy strength. She's sharper, she's more open rib, she's a little bit cleaner. She's a doe that when we look at the mammary system is higher into that discussion. Her teeth are placed just a little more correctly and hanging a bit more nearly plumb than what we have on the doe in 8. 8 placing over 9, we thought dairy strength here in turn, a doe that's just a little bit cleaner from end to end, a doe that has a little more capacity through that mammary system. In general appearance, she's a bit straighter on her foreleg, and she's a doe that walks and handles her rear legs more correctly. And back to dairy strength, we thought she had a little more strength and substance of bone than what we have in this doe here in 9. 9 then placing over 10, a doe here that when we looked at general appearance and we watched them as they walked out about the ring, even though she had some issues there, she still is the doe that's more correct in her angulation of her leg. She's a little shorter and stronger in that middle pass than is our 10th place doe. And again, she's a doe that's a bit cleaner, particularly when we look at her out over the hip and pin over that 10th place doe. And then 10 over 11 is about the memory system and overall other support. She's higher and stronger in that rear attachment. She's longer and smoother in the 4. Again, a medial that holds that udder up just a little bit higher above her hock than what we have at the doe at the end of the line. This doe here in 11, we certainly admire for her body capacity, her width of chest, her depth of both fore and rear rib.
As the judges are reviewing their championship lineup here in the Toggenburg division, your placings for 7 and older, HO class. First place, Royal Cedars, Amelia Audrey. First place, first cutter, Melanie Ferguson. Second place, second udder, goes to GCHS Jonas Akers, Poker Face, Purple Thistle, Dairy. Third place, third udder, GCH Quality Crest, Cowboy Maggie, Greg and Vicki Larson. Fourth place, Blue Blanket Farm, KBCF Dawn, Noah Johnson. Fifth place, first place youth, Nestor Akers, NGO Relentless with River Farm. Sixth place, Nestor Akers, Rachel Alexander, the Newswater family. And seventh place, GCH Summer Days, RRF Deviant, Michael Summerlawn. So with that, the judges are making final considerations on their Toggenburg championship lineup. We need first and second place Lamanchas ready to go into the ring after we make our presentation of our champion and reserve champion senior does. While the judges are consulting your 7-year and older Lamancha class, ring 1. First place, SGCH Rockin' CD RZ Haiku. First place, first udder, Cindy and Robert Silva. Second place and third udder went to GCH McGinley via Kira. Third place, Jay Havens, Living Joyous, Jill Pritchett. Fourth place, CHLS Acres Tux Mystery, Jennifer Ellis. Fifth place, Panacea Cortana, Levi Campbell. Sixth place and second udder was SGCH Tempo Shauna, Purple Thistle Dairy. Seventh place and your first place youth in that class was Toads Mellow, Iuna Winnie, Kennedy Gold. Eighth place, Simply Southern CG Gabriella, Linda Giles. Ninth place, GCH Lati Da CODD Intuition, Ann Jones. 10th place, GCH Lati Da COS Sedona, Ann Jones.
11th place, second place youth was SGCHFGF5CKMP Dazzling Diva, Dylan Walden. And your 7th place, nope, that was it.
This is our lineup for Toggenburg Senior Champion. Certainly an impressive group of dairy goats. A very stylish, open, sharp, angular yearling with a very well-attached and secured mammary system. A 2-year-old with tremendous width of rear udder and area of udder attachment. Just love the frame on this doe, the tremendous front end and the depth. A 3-year-old doe with tremendous strength to medial and beautiful length and delineation of teeth, extreme length of top line and length of her rump, just beautiful substance and strength of bone to go with her dairiness. A 4-year-old doe with just such classic style and sharpness and angularity, just walks with beautiful ease around her mammary system on sound feet and legs. 6-year-old doe in our 5 and 6-year-old class with tremendous openness and angularity, breed type to her head, a very lovely mammary system with a lot of total area of udder attachment, tremendous width to both the rear udder and the fore udder, and then a very beautiful 7-year-old doe here at the head of the line with another very classic Tog style, really sound in her general appearance, just really remarkable feet and legs, a remarkable front end, just love the top line and rump, a mammary system that's extremely well supported with a strong medial. It's been a really pleasure judging with Mark, and I told Mark what I was going to do, and he goes, yep, I agree with that. Today, the national senior champion, Toggenburg, is going to be the 6-year-old. As Mark said, as we were discussing her, she's just the star of today. She just has so much bloom, and everything about her is just kind of right. When you compare her to the ADGA doe at the head of the line, she has more appropriate capacity because she freshened this spring. So she has that width of rear udder, she has that extension and width and capacity of fore udder, she has that advantage in dairiness. When you compare her to the 4-year-old, just so much more width of chest, depth of heart, a little more spring of rib. We felt that she was a little more classic in her top type with that extreme width of muzzle and her depth of jaw. When you compare it to the 3-year-old, she has more balance of the mammary system today. She's a little bit more open and angular when you get your hands on her. When you compare it to the 2-year-old, she's a little smoother in the rear udder, and she has maintained this structural soundness and integrity longer. And she has the advantage over the milking yearling and just that growth and development and maturity. And so for those reasons, she's the national senior champion Toggenburg. So now we bring the second place doe into line. A doe I really appreciate for her strong general appearance. Real pretty, elegant doe on the move, beautiful medial, correct T placement. For reserve national senior Toggenburg, we're going to go with the 7-year-old doe at the head of the line. We certainly recognize that she is not in total bloom in this mammary system because of her extended lactation, but she is just the epitome of structural soundness and correctness and maintaining that into maturity, just tremendous depth and incredible front end. And that mammary system is so well attached, it's so well supported both in medial and lateral, and we felt that she had to be our reserve senior champion. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations in our Toggenburg division today. Your 2024 national champion, GCH EBCG Hinky Boots. Evelyn Harry, congratulations on your 2024 national champion. And the reserve national champion goes to Royal Cedars, Amelia Audrey, Melanie Ferguson, exhibiting her today. Congratulations to both of those. We would ask in our first place youth in our Toggenburg division be prepared to come into the ring, and we are going to ask our first and second place Lamancha does into the ring at this time. First and second place Lamancha does to the ring. We'll be looking for our premier junior exhibitors here momentarily.
Okay, we're now going to select our national and reserve national champion, Toggenburg. Certainly four outstanding animals. When I envision what a Toggenburg should look like, this is what comes to mind. They're just so sharp and open and angular, so correct and re-tight to their head. The structure of the front end, the forelegs, the set to rear leg, they're long, and then those two mature does just have exquisite mammary systems with correct medials, teeth placement, extremely productive mammary systems, and yet still held high above the hocks because of that tremendous support. Today, the national champion Toggenburg is the 6-year-old, and the reserve national champion Toggenburg is the 7-year-old. Congratulations.
Okay, this is our lineup for selection of our senior reserve senior champion Lamanchas. And before I select them, I just want to say to all the Lamancha exhibitors and breeders, congratulations on a beautiful show. The quality was so strong. Tim and I agree. The quality was really nice, and it was nice to be able to work through all your animals. And the other that we certainly had to cut some classes to make them workable. But some of those does that left during the cuts are still some really good goats. So you should be proud of the animals that you brought for the show, and we certainly appreciate the quality that you brought out for us to look at. Looking at this lineup, starting down there, of that big, powerful kind of a yearling doe, a doe that has so much sharpness and angularity and openness. Ahead of her, we just really like this 2-year-old. A doe that just has so much promise. She's just long and level and just a ton of capacity in that mammary system. Ahead of her, we have this 3-year-old doe, extreme in her dairy strength and sharpness, her overall angularity and openness. Then we have the first place 4-year-old doe. Again, a doe that when you put all the categories together, we thought just really went to the top of her class pretty easily for us. Ahead of her, the first place 5 and 6-year-old doe. When the doe came into the ring, we just both looked at each other and said, wow, there's a doe in this class that we're going to really look at. And then the same thing when the older doe at the front of the line came in. Again, a doe that when we first saw her, she just kind of catches your eye for her extreme correctness in general appearance and the dairy strength and the mammary system that goes along with it. For selection of our senior and reserve senior champion, it wasn't too hard for us to find them up here at the front of the line. We're going to go at these two older does are where we feel the competition really is today between the 5 and 6-year-old and then the 7 and over. For our national senior champion, we're going to use that 5 and 6-year-old. The advantage that she has in that mammary system, even though both does have beautiful mammary systems, there's just so much more capacity and so much more width in that mammary system. And she'll grant that the older doe actually handles the rear legs a little more correctly as they travel out about the ring. And if you'd like to pull her forward so we can look at the second doe from that 5 and 6-year-old class, I don't want to miss talking about this doe. I love the frame on the second place 5 and 6-year-old doe, the stature, the upstandingness, the length, and this doe is incredibly dairy. I think where she kind of loses, or where she doesn't quite have the general appearance and that smoothness of shoulder, the strength of chine, maybe the flatness and levelness of top, and maybe a bit in the strength of forwarder to this older doe in front of her up here at the top of the line. For reserve, we're going to go to the 7 and over doe, and she's going to be our reserve national champion.
Well, congratulations, Cindy and Robert Silva, as we have a national champion and a reserve national champion that I am pretty sure are Dan and daughter. Your national champion for 2024 GCH Rockin' CB RAG Katana. And your Katana, right? Yeah, Katana. Okay. And the 2024 National Reserve Senior Champion SGCH Rockin' CB RZ Haiku. There you have a Dan and daughter winning Grand and Reserve. Congratulations, Cindy. We now have our first place youth exhibitors in the ring for the choosing of our 2024 Premier Youth Toggenburg. If we will get our youth prepared in Lamanchas, if you had a first place youth doe in the Lamancha division, we need you to have those ringside so that upon completion of pictures and the choosing of our champion in the Toggenburg ring, we can move over to this to keep things moving.
All right, we're now ready to select our premier Toggenburg youth doe. Just a really impressive lineup. It's nice to see a group of youth show such strong animals that can place competitively at a national show. And now we bring them out and we celebrate their hard work and their enthusiasm for the Toggenburg breed. As we look at these does, we came to a decision very quickly. We felt today that the premier Toggenburg youth doe needed to be our 3-year-old. She excels the milking yearling and the 2-year-old in the shape of her body, having the appropriate size and capacity of mammary system to go with the frame of the goat. She excels the doe directly above her, the 4-year-old, in terms of the shape, the area of udder attachment, the amount of capacity. She has more support to mammary system. She's a more correct doe and is set to her rear legs, top line and rump structure than our 5 to 6-year-old class winner, and we compare it to her closest competition, the 7-year-old doe at the head of the line. We felt she had more appropriate capacity to go with the size and the frame of the goat, a teat of a more desirable length and delineation, just a little more sharper and open, and a little more angular in her profile. Congratulations, and thank you for participating, and I wish you all a bright future in dairy goats.
Congratulations to the Wood River Farm and the Arnie. They were both showing here, so absolutely beautiful doe. Nestor Acres AR Cotton Ball will be your 2024 Youth Premier Doe. Congratulations. Once we take pictures here, we're going to be ready to begin group classes in our Toggenburg ring. We'll start with dairy herd. Make sure you have your papers ringside, as there will be a tattoo check in one of those group classes.
In the Lamancha ring, as we select our overall brand and reserve grand champion here for the 2024 National Show, we couldn't be happier with the 4 goats that we have out here in the ring for selection of our champion. When you look at these does, you see the similarities in their strengths and their general appearance and their body capacity. You see the dairiness on these goats all the way from the front to the back of these 4 does. Just beautiful, beautiful individuals. As much as I love the junior champion and the reserve, with the mammary systems we've got up here on these 2 older does, it's really not a contest today. We're going to stage the grand for the senior champion. Will be our grand champion. The reserve senior will be our reserve grand. And congratulations, certainly to the junior and reserve junior. Just a beautiful lineup of does.
All right, as we prepare for group classes in the Toggenburg ring, I will say this is an attention in the barn for sable breeders. Attention in the barn, sable breeders. We are beginning group classes now for Toggenburgs. The sable show will begin 15 minutes after the conclusion of the Toggenburg show. So please pay attention as we go through group classes. We'll give you some updates on where we stand. We may be running just a few minutes behind. We're going to be close, but we wanted to give you a heads up 15 minutes after conclusion of our Toggenburg show, or noon if we got done early enough. But Bob says we're ready for our youth. We need first place premier youth exhibitors to the ring with your animals.
Okay, Toggenburg Dairy Herd. One is placing number two for their uniformity and mammary system, their extreme width, capacity of rear udder, the overall uniformity and udder shape, the length and extension and width of udders. Their does are a little more sharp or a little more open in dairy. The does are a little more uniform in their breed type to their head. Two is placing number three here. It's a more mature group that has the advantage today in general appearance. As they move about the ring, a little more structurally sound and correct in their forelegs. They're a little bit more angled to the rear leg. They have a little more substance of bone. In terms of their mammary systems, there's more uniformity in terms of the correct teeth placement because of the strength of the medial suspensory ligament. The third place group or the fourth place group are just more uniform in their substance and strength of bone. As I was standing behind them and looking at them, they had more capacity to their mammary system, both fore and rear. They certainly will grant some into productive life in terms of age and maintain structural soundness to the group here we have in four. 4/5, they're just more uniform in their strength and medial suspensory ligament. They have more lateral support. They're those that, for their size and scale, are much more classic Tog type with their extreme depth of rear rib and their real angular body shape. 5 is placing number 6, those that are just much more sound and correct in their rear pasterns as they move about the ring. They're more consistent in their teeth delineation. They're more consistent in their overall style as they move about the ring. And 6/7, those that are more similar in their correctness of mammary system in terms of the way the mammary is placed underneath the body, the shape of the mammary system inside profile. And then the 7th group over the 8th place group, those that are more angular, more consistent in that dairy shape. There are also those as more consistent in the shape of mammary system. 8/9, they're just those that are a lot more productive. They're sounder in their mammary systems, they're sounder on their feet and legs. They're more correct over their top line as they move about the ring. And then 9/10 is further advantage in having more appropriate capacities in mammary to go with the overall size and frame of the goat. Just a more productive appearing group.
Here in Grade 1 was the Lamancha show. We were ready to select our premier youth Lamancha senior doe. As we look at this lineup of does, we start down here with our yearling, a doe that we admire for her dairy strength and general appearance, her overall length. Ahead of her, a 2-year-old doe, really well balanced, a doe that's smoothly blended, beautiful mammary system on that doe. Ahead of her, we jump up to the 4-year-old because it was not we don't have an entry from that 3-year-old class. In the 4-year-old class, to go that extremely wide through that mammary system, through that rear udder attachment. Ahead of her, we have our 5 and 6-year-old doe. Again, a doe that we admire for her dairy strength, a tremendous openness of rib. And then up here at the front of the line of the 7 and over class, a doe that shows a lot of depth of rear barrel, a doe that has a strongly attached mammary system, pleasing in its shape. For us, for selection of our premier youth Lamancha doe, as we look through the line, we really thought the competition was the closest between the 2-year-old and then the 7 and over doe up here at the front of the line. When we look at the two of those, the 2-year-old really has the advantages in general appearance. She's more correct about her front end assembly. She's tighter at the top of the shoulder. She's stronger in her chine, flatter in her loin when you level out over that rump. And when we look at the mammary system, although she's strictly giving up a number of lactations to the older doe, we just think she's a little more pleasing in the other floor, a little more length and extension to that quarter. So our outstanding youth youth Lamancha senior doe will be that 2-year-old.
And congratulations for our premier youth in the Lamancha show, J. Havens H.R. Nilabine Kulata. And that's Ava Kreitz's doe. Congratulations, Ava. That's why it's getting hotter in here. It's just all this hot air. So we're ready to begin group classes now in our Lamancha show. We will start with dairy herd. We need your 4 animals in a dairy herd. I will ask that you have papers ringside as we must do a tattoo check in one of the classes. So please have paperwork ringside so that we don't hold the show up.
Okay, this is our Toggenburg S3 females. One is placing over 2, again, for their tremendous advantage in mammary system, that extreme width of their udder from the top of the attachment to the floor, the length and extension with the forerudders. Their does are a little more sharper, more open and angular, and I do prefer the overall extreme breed type to the head in this first place group. 2 is placing over 3. They're a more mature group, and because they're more mature, they have that advantage in body capacity. They've maintained structural soundness longer. They've got a little more length and extension of brisket because of maturity as well. Just a very promising young group here in 3rd place. They're just really sharp, open, angular dairy does. Tremendous shape to mammary system, real strong medials, and it's just they have more capacity to their mammary system. They're just those that are a little more substance and strength of bone for their age than what we see at our group in 4. 4 is placed here in 5, more correct in medial suspensory ligament, more correct in balance in mammary systems, teeth that are shorter with more delineation. 5 over 6 just shows that are sounder and more correct on their feet and legs, both fore and rear. More correct placement of mammary system underneath the body. 6 over 7, they're those that walk about the ring. They're more standing and uphill in their front end. They're also longer body does as a whole. They're just longer bone pattern. 7 over 8, it's the mammary system placing. Smoother rear udders, more smoothly blended forerudders as well. And then 8 over 9, we just thought they were more productive to go with their overall size and frame of the goats in terms of their mammary system.
Get a sire, get a sire in our. Hey, Brandy, it's get, right? Okay, thank you. In your dairy herd, first place was Evie's Dairy Goats. Second place was the Moss Ridge. Third place was Taylor Ridge Farm. Fourth place was Royal Cedar and Hidden Meadows. Fifth place was Purple Thistle Dairy Goats. Sixth place Gunview. Seventh place Summer Days Farm. Eighth place was Red Rivers Farm. Ninth place was Happy Thought Farm. And 10th place was the Stoltons. And then with your best 3 dairy goats in your Toggenburg division, Evie's Dairy Goats was first place. Second place was Moss Ridge. Third place Taylor Ridge. Fourth place was Sydenham Royal Cedars and Hidden Meadows. Fifth place Purple Thistle Dairy Goats. Sixth place Gunview. Seventh place Summer Days Farm. Eighth place Happy Thought Farm. And ninth place Stoltman. We currently have our senior GIT class in the Toggenburg ring and our dairy herds in our Lamancha ring. We're going to have 2 more group classes in our Toggenburg division here. If you have a first or second place udder placing, we need them ringside as we will wrap up with best udders, but we will need first and second place udders ringside.
Okay, this is our Toggenburg Get a Sire class. 1 is placing over 2 today, further advantage in medial suspensory ligament, a little higher, smoother rear udders. Teats are placed a little more correctly underneath the mammary system. There are does that have a little more substance and strength of bone to go with their overall dairy profile. They're a little more correct as a group on their feet. Second place group of our third place group, they have more maturity today in their body and their dairy strength. They're more mature in their mammaries as a group with greater width of a rear udder today, more length and extension and productivity of forudder as well. 3 is placing number 4. We thought they were more uniform in their style and type, particularly when you looked at the shape of the rear udders. 4 is placing number 5. Those that are sounder on their feet and legs, both fore and rear as a group. Those that have a little bit more dairy strength, although they will grant to the tremendous power to the front end of the group in 5. 5 is placing number 6. Those that are more uniform in their udder shape, also the way the mammaries are placed underneath the body as a group, they walk a little sounder on their rear legs. Then 6 is placing over 7. It's the placement of the mammary underneath the body. And then 7 over 8, more correct mammary systems in the way in which they blend up into their escutcheon. 4 udders that are longer and more productive. Does with a longer bone pattern throughout. We'll commend the does in 8. They certainly are sharp and open.
Here in the Lamancha show is a really nice class of Gary Hurd. We start up here at the top of the class. We have our Brandon Reserve and 2 really strong moves to go with them. I think if you compare them to the group in second, with just a little bit more maturity, a little bit more overall capacity through those memory systems, a little bit more uniformity as a group in that way. 2 then placing over 3, we just thought as a group we're a little bit more uniform once again in those memory systems. Those that show us just a little more correctness in their overall general appearance, maybe than what we have in the group in 3. 3 and 4, again, when we looked at the general appearance of the group, we thought this third place group maybe a little more correct for their front ends, a little more correct in their correctness of rear leg angulation and those rear feet over that group in 4. 4 then placing over 5 as a group showed us a little more dairy strength, a little more overall cleanliness, sharpness, and angularity throughout the group. And then we had 5 over 6, a little more fullness and capacity to some of those memory systems. Those that show us a little more overall smoothness and blending that we're seeing from end to end than what we have on that group. Certainly admire the dairy strength on the 6th place group, but what places them over the group in 7th is the maturity they have right now and the overall width of the front ends, depth of park ribs, depth of rear rib, a little bit more overall capacity to those memories than what we have on a really correct group there in 7, and then 7 over 8. Again, we just thought a little more overall capacity to those memory systems, maybe just a little bit more uniformity as a group in that sense. Love the long level tops and level lumps though that we have on that group in 8.
Toggenburg show. Right now they're doing a tattoo check. Your senior get, first place was Royal Cedar Sebastian Caliber. Second place, Hidden Meadows Celebrity Summit. Third place, Evie Saucy Psycho Killer. Fourth was Royal Cedar Saucy Sebastian. Fifth place was Legendary RHS Rembrandt. Sixth was Nunview Amazing Grace. Seventh was Illini Acres QCC Jackson. And eighth place was California Rialto Maximilian. And on the dairy herd in Lamanchas, first place was Rockin' CB. Second place, Goat Son. Third place, Panacea. Fourth place, Purple Thistle Dairy Goats. Fifth place was J Haven Acres. Sixth place, McGinley. Seventh place, EB Farms. And eighth place was Lucky Dot Dairy on your dairy herd. Okay, in the Lamancha ring, this is our senior best three females class. And again, we're going to start with this group at the top. We've got our grand, reserve grand champion, and then the really high placing individual in there. We put those against that second place group. Just a little more uniformity in their overall correctness, a little more overall capacity and length of body than what we have on this group. And two then placing over three, a little more fullness and capacity through those memory systems. A little bit more length and extension of four than what we have on the group here in third place. Three then placing over four. We just felt a little more dairy strength, a little more cleanliness, sharpness, and overall angularity than what we have in four. 4/5, this is a little bit closer, but these those in four, in general appearance, are just smoother blended from end to end. They're a little tighter, a little more correct in the shoulders and front end assemblies. They're going to give up a little bit in dairy strength to that fifth place group, which kind of makes it a trade-off there, but a little more overall capacity through the memory systems as well in this fourth place group, and that places them over five. Five then placing over six, those we just thought when we look at it as a group, a little more correctness in general appearance and angulation of their leg, correctness of their pass over that sixth place group. Six then placing over seven. When we look at them together, again, we're seeing more uniformity in memory systems, more uniformity in body type, with more width of chest floors, more depth of Parker, more depth of rear barrel than what we've got on this group of does in seven. Seven, we certainly admire the uniformity and correctness of the memory systems in that group, and that's going to place them over the group of eight. And then in over nine, it's in general appearance as a group goes a bit stronger, flatter in their loins, leveler out over their rumps than the deep bodied dairy group that we have at the end of the line in nine.
Toggenburg Produce a Dam. One is placing over two. Those that are more uniformity in their length of bone, their upstandingness, In their mammary systems, they show more total area of udder attachment and support, have a little more capacity to their mammary system, and a little more substance of bone than the group we have in 2. 2 is placing over 3. They're more uniform in their body style, their dairy strength, their teeth placement, their delineation of teeth. 3 over 4, those that are have more apparent productivity in their fore and rear udder, more area of udder attachment. Those that are stronger and wider in their chest, they're deeper in their heart, they show greater length and depth to their rear rib. 4 over 5, those that are a little sounder on their rear legs, those a little more sounder on their forelegs, those who just have a little more substance and strength of bone. They're more uniform in their shape of rear udder than the group in 5. 5 over 6, just those that have more substance and strength, more depth, more pleasing shape to their bodies than we see in 6. 6 over 7, they're more uniform in their strength of mammary system and in terms of attachment and shape. Then 7 over 8, just a more mature group in width and depth, body, and also mammary systems that are more productive today than the groupies have in 8.
Your best 3 senior does in the Lamancha. First place was Rockin' CB. Second place Goat Son. Third place Panacea. Fourth place J Haven Acres. Fifth place McGinley. Sixth place KECMR. Seventh place Purple Thistle Dairy Goats. Eighth place La Di Da. And ninth place Mount River Ranch. We need to get a sire in our Lamancha. This is our tattoo check class. In your senior produce of dam class in the Toggenburg division, Jonas Akers hit me. Second place was Royal GCH Royal Cedars Athena's Ann. Third place Taylor Ridge Renor Argentina. Fourth place GCHS Quality Crest Cowboy Maggie. Fifth place Royal Cedars Bluff Anita. Sixth place GCH Happy Thought Farm Lovely. Seventh place was to Disney, and eighth place was Look Over Brambles Host.
Not that smart, right? Not that attractive. Oh, I
Augenberg, Dan, and Dogger. 1 is placing number 2. Those that are more uniform in terms of their strength and medial, their correct teeth placement. Those that have a little more dairy strength, a little more classic in their dog type in terms of their shape of their heads and their beautiful dark chocolate color. 2 is placing number 3. They're more uniform in their strength of body capacity, the width of chest, the depth of heart, the string of rib, and a little more substance and strength of bone. The group in 3 over the group in 4, they're more uniform in being a little sounder in the rear legs in terms of strength of rear pastor and set to rear leg. They have a little more depth of heel. They're a little straighter in the foreleg behind the knee. 4 is placing number 5. They're more consistent today in their substance and strength, their extreme depth of rear rib. They're older does, and so they have they're more comparable in their terms of their mammary systems with their extreme capacity of both fore and rear udder than we have in the group in 5th, which has the milking yearling. 5 is placing over 6. They're more uniform in the structure of the front end and the balance of their mammary systems. 6 over 7, it's the maturity of these does in terms of maintaining soundness and longer. Because they're older, they just have wider rear udders and wider fore udders and more length to the floor of the udder as a group than we see in 7. 7 over 8, more correct placements of mammary systems underneath the body. 8 over 9, higher and tighter, smoother rear udders. 9 over 10, it's close placing here, but they were more uniform in their levelness of top line and slope of rump. Then 10 over 11 is the capacity of the mammary systems.
This is our Lamancha senior getting sire class. Just 2 entries in this class. As we look at them, they're 2 really strong entries, really, as we look at the 2 groups. So we just felt the group in first right now shows us a little bit more of an advantage in dairy strength and their overall sharpness and cleanliness and angularity. We certainly admire the width and the depth and the power of the second place group. Those are tremendous depth of rib. Those that show a lot of capacity through those memory systems. Really a close placing with 2 really nice groups.
I need first and second place udders to the ring in the Toggenburg ring. First and second place udders to the ring. And we are looking for produce of dam in our Lamancha ring. In the Lamancha ring, your senior get of sire, first place was Goat Son, and second place was Jay Haven, 70 times 7. We are looking for our first and second place Tog milkers in the ring. First and second place Tog milkers, or first and second place udders to the ring, please. While we're waiting on these last few animals to make it to the ring, I'll announce our milk awards. Lifetime milk, lifetime butterfat. 7-year-old GCH, Joanna Saker's Poker Face, Purple Thistle Dairy. For anyone keeping track in the stand, she is an 18 star M, just so you know, which is not something that you get to see every day. Legendary EH Rupee 305 Butterfat, and Moss Ridge Ren's Ducati was 305 Milk. Your awards will be here at the table. If you will please come and get those awards, we would appreciate it. Are they taking pictures? All right, in our senior dam and daughter class, first place went to GCH EVCG Kinky Boots. Second place, Taylor Ridge Renor, Argentina. Third place was GCH Quality Crest Cowboy Maggie. Fourth place was Blue Blanket Farmscape BCF Dawn. Fifth place was Moss Ridge Remsters Party. Sixth place, Nestor Acres MT Lupa. Seventh place, Cullen Owens and Royal Cedars Mountain Olympia. Eighth place was Summer Days Troubadour Vivian. Ninth place, Happy Thought Farm Riesling. 10th place, Happy Thought Farm Lovely. And 11th place was one of the goats. This is our Lamancha Produce of Dam class. Again, starting at the top of the class, two does that just excelled that second place group, starting in memory systems and then following with general appearance with the tremendous length that they show us over the group in two and three. We just felt there was an advantage here in Gary's strength and overall sharpness and angularity, as well as those that are a little more correct about the rear legs and the rear passings in this third place group. Maybe the closest placing for us is between 3 and 4. We just thought the third place group has the advantage in overall capacity, both in the memory systems and in their bodies. Those that are wider in their chest, deeper in their heart, deeper through their rear rib than the group in 4. For them placing over 5, when we look at general appearance, they're a little more correct in their smoothness through the front end. We look at the memory systems, a little more length and extension of 4 than we have in that group in 5. 5 then placing over 6 is dairy strength, which is sharper, they're cleaner, they're more angular, and they're more open. And then 6 over 7. Again, those that show us a little more width and power through the front end, a little more strength and brisket, a little more depth and fullness in their chest and in their heart girth than what we have on that group in 7. We need Dam and Daughter now in our Lamancha class.
Can't do a whole lot. And the young lady was just
In the senior produce is Dam. First place, SGCH Rockin' CB RZ Haiku. Second place was Fantasy of Summer Candy. Third place, Jay Havens PE Cherry Chutney of Dam. Fourth place was a doe from Trinity Mount Manus with no name. Fifth place was Lee Kira, Jerry Signs. Sixth place, GCH Latte Dog, CAD Deja Vu. And seventh place was Mount River Ranch MLJ Legacy.
Get your picture, sorry. That face. We didn't bring any, but yeah.
Before we select our Toggenburg National Champion udder, I want to have 3 does milk out. It's going to be our first place doe from our 7 and over class, and it's going to be the first and second place does from the 5 and 6-year-old class. So these are the 3 does that we're going to evaluate and compare for best udder of breed.
So as we get ready to line up this class, and we talked about placing on this, when we look at the dam and daughters, we want to see two consistent individuals. We want to see two strong individuals. We certainly like to see an improvement in the daughter over the dam. And for us in some of these placings, that's what really made the placings for us. When we look at this first group up here with the dam on the far side, the daughter closest to us, two beautiful does. We certainly see improvement in the daughter over the dam with the mammary system, that tremendous width that she has. For us, I think we thought a pretty easy winner in the class. Second place gets a little bit closer here as we start looking at second and third. When we looked at this group, we just thought maybe a bit more correctness as a group, as a pair, a little more uniformity, the correctness of feet and legs and the angulation of rear leg that we have on these does, the width and the capacity of mammary systems, in two then placing over three. Three then over four, again, a little more uniformity in the dairy strength and the overall sharpness and cleanliness and angularity. We looked at the mammary systems, particularly on the daughters here. We just saw a little bit stronger udder floor, a little more cleft, a little bit more correctness in seat placement when we look at the other floor of the daughter in the third group as compared to the daughter there in that fourth place group. That fourth group, though, over the group in five, we just felt with so much more general appearance and overall length of body and length of rump in that group, length of barrel as well, that carried them over the group in five. Five then placing over six. Again, when we look at memory systems, so much more width through those others than what we have on the sixth place group. Those maybe just a tad tighter at the top of the shoulders as a pair than the group that we have here in six. Six then over seven was one of the closer placings again. But again, when we look at these two does, we see a little more sharpness, a little more openness, and a little bit more uniformity between the two does in the group, especially when we look at the mammaries of these two does as compared to the two does in seven. Seven and placing over eight. This placing for us was done based a lot on the daughter. We think we looked at this eighth place group. The daughter doesn't have quite the strength in the front end as her dam, and we obviously know that it's a lot younger, so that she's not going to show as much, but we don't think she has quite the strength in the front end, doesn't have quite the strength in the mammary system, with the strength of forward or the teeth kind of out on the corner of that mammary system. So we think when we look at that pair, we maybe lost a little bit on the daughter from what her dam was, and that is why we've got her behind that seventh place group. And then eight over nine at the end of the line. Again, we look at the two and we see more strength and uniformity in their general appearance, a little bit more in their openness of rib as a pair than what we have on this group at the end of the line. But really a nice group all the way down through nine, through the entire group of nine pairs here for dam and daughter.
Okay, we'll hold off a few minutes on first and second place udders. I think we need to get pictures of our national champion, reserve national champion, before we come back in for best udder. So there's no one there, so straight to the front of the line for pictures. As soon as we're done with pictures on our grand and reserve Lamancha, we'll bring in all first and second place udders in our Lamancha ring. We are working on final milk outs here in our Toggenburg ring. So we're going to give our sable breeders right now a 15-minute notice. We're looking at a 15-minute notice. We will plan on starting the sable show right at 12:30, give or take a minute or two, one way or the other. But attention in the barn, sable breeders, start time will be 12:30 p.m. in ring 2. That will be the closest ring to the barn. So please be prepared. Ring 2, sable breeders at 12:30.
This is our final placement in the Toggenburg Breed Best Udder. And before I do that, I want to thank the Toggenburg exhibitors for bringing out such quality animals for me to review and evaluate. It was certainly a pleasure to judge with Mark. We see those really similar, so it was fun discussing that. Today, as we look at these does here, we're going to stay with the national champion and make her also our national best udder. As we compare her to the 7-year-old, it was that extreme width of rear udder that she had, that width and capacity of 4 udder. And so for those reasons, she'll be the national champion Toggenburg udder. It gets a little closer for our reserves national best udder, but we're actually going to go with the second place doe in the 5 and 6-year-old class. When she was full, she just had a higher, tighter, smoother rear udder. She had a little more uniformity of udder width from the top of the attachment than we've seen in our 7-year-old reserve national champion.
All right, so as we conclude that Toggenburg show here, your national best udder, GCH EVCG Kinky Boots, Evelyn Herring, and the reserve national best udder was Gladdy Acres Rinse Josie with Tracy Jones. Congratulations to both of them. With that, we're going to make a 10-minute call for Sable Show in ring 2. 10 minutes. We need yearling sables ringside. going to need you for a signature on Toggenburg paperwork, Karen Smith.
Joe's here. He was right here. Are you taking that? We just weren't sure what you were asking. You got it. You got it now. Yeah, that's fine. We thought you
Okay, so in the ring here on the Lamancha side are our first and second place others from each of the classes that we placed here this morning and early afternoon. We're just really happy with the entire group. As we look at this and we want to see a few does to milk out, we're going to ask the first place H doe, both of the 5 and 6-year-olds, and we want to ask the 2-year-olds to milk out as well. Thank you all.
In the race.
Right now in ring two, we have our stable yearling milkers parading around the ring. We'd like to introduce our senior judge today, Mr. Scott Weiss. Scott Weiss is the farm manager at Redwood Hill Farm in Sebastopol, California. Redwood Hill Farm is a family farm that was founded in 1968 and the home to many ADGA national champions over multiple breeds throughout the years. In addition to caring for the Redwood Hills goats, Scott breeds and owns Lamanchas and Sonans under the Vineyard View herd name. Scott has been an ADGA licensed judge since 2010. In addition to judging, Scott has worked with many big dairies on the West Coast as the milk producer liaison for Redwood Hill Farm and Creamery. He also works for ADGA as a linear appraiser. Having bred and owned ADGA national champions and a premier sire is quite an honor, and so is being selected to judge ADGA's premier event. After exhibiting at many national shows over the past 20 years, Scott knows the hard work and challenges involved in attending and wishes all of our exhibitors a great week and safe travels.